Okay. All right. Just wait for some more people to join, and then we can get started. I forgot what day I didn't stream the last time. I might have to look at the date. Drop the link right there. So got 4 watchers so far. It was a bit of an abrupt start too. Usually when I post my polls, I usually wait about maybe 4 to 5 days. But I figured today was a good day. No comments yet though. Today, doing something I haven't really done in a while. We got a light-skinned women-centric topic today. I know the last few couple of times I've pretty much have done MLS kind of men-centric topics, but tonight I thought I would change it up a bit. Let me see. I know there was a video I wanted to play. Yeah, okay. So there's a couple of videos that I want to play today, but I'm gonna let a couple more people join the stream so we can get started. For now, I'm gonna see if I can. Hopefully, I don't get copyrighted for this. What's up, brother Carl? The self-hatred is a manifestation of projective identification, other people's hatred internalized. Well, those are all things we're about to get into today, but this one's going to be more interactive. What's up, brother AMR? Because I feel like today is finally the night where we address the elephant in the room. And a lot of people are we have pretty much just beat around the bush with this topic for the longest of times. But I think tonight it's time to hit it head on. And today we're about to cook with Chef Brown and Beige. I honestly probably should have changed my avatar to a chef because tonight we're about to cook. And if there was a day where we're probably gonna touch a couple fields, tonight is gonna be tonight. And I think with this one, why not get it started with a couple YouTube videos to set the stage for what we got tonight? Because when it comes to light-skinned women, let's be honest, there are so many factors that we have to look at when it comes to what it has began itself. Hopefully so, Carl. But as we know, there's probably an individual tonight that probably is not going to be able to join the panel, even though he probably is going to try to. But I think tonight we've got to keep it a little bit less biased. That's the nice way to put it. So yeah, today is a day where I pretty much would like some of the ladies to join the panel. I still want some of the MLS men to join because I want to get this dialogue started tonight. So I really don't want anything or anyone that's going to try to kind of derail the conversation or just take the conversation somewhere I don't want it to go, if that makes any sense. So there's the link if anyone wants to join. But my 2 cents on the whole situation is the number one problem with light-skinned women and pretty much light-skinned people in general, and it all boils down to one word, one thing: guilt. Guilt is a hell of a drug. And as you're going to see tonight, this is pretty much something that has been weaponized against light-skinned people for generations upon generations, probably longer than any of us have even been alive. Guilt. guilt has pretty much put us in this situation now where we pretty much believe that we're supposed to be the ones that are supposed to be the crash dummies of the black community. And if you guys saw my thumbnail, you pretty much Zendaya, Yara Shahidi, I think, and Emmanuel Steinberg, they're pretty much the young faces of what we're talking about tonight. And look, I'm not here to tell them what to do with their lives because that's ultimately their decision on what they want to say. But we just have to look at the obvious here. Like, even if you look at their careers, it's like they preach this light skin this and light skin that. But let's be honest, like they're like, okay, with the exception of Zendaya, we can't sit up here and act like they're just A-list actors that are just in every movie and every, like, I can't remember the last time I seen Amanda or Yara even in a like movie of any sort. Absolutely, Ani. Guilt is the black community lives by guilt. They guilt everyone. Like if you're a person of a lighter tone, they are going to guilt you and make you feel like you owe them something. Like your sole existence is to help them out. But when it's all said and done, it's a one-sided sword. They pretty much they want you to go hard in the paint, like take on the structure that is what I guess white supremacy head on, smack your head up into the wall, break the wall down. You did all the hard work, you're busted up and beat up from the war, and they just casually just walk through and enjoy what you started. That is what has been going on for years. And as we see, it it still hasn't helped. Like it really hasn't done anything. Like a lot of dark skinned black people pretty much still feel like we owe them something, which is just mind boggling to say the least. AMR, how you doing, brother?
No, nothing much, man. What's going on, Brown and Beige?
How you feeling, man?
Yeah, feeling good, but I'm still tired from work. But it comes with the territory.
Oh yeah, I feel you on that.
Yeah.
I probably won't be streaming as long as I usually do. I've been a busy few couple of days for me.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you gotta do what you don't really feel comfortable doing. But hey,
Who is this? Frame. I've never seen this person before. Hello, Frame.
Hello, hello.
I think this is the first time I've seen you on the stream. How you doing today?
I'm alright. I've been following this page and some other pages for a while. I don't really watch it regularly, but it just pops up sometimes.
Oh, nice. It sounds like you have a bit of accent. Are you from a?
Oh, I live in the UK.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah,
I could tell. So, what would you like to add to this conversation today?
yeah. So 1 second, sorry. Yeah. So basically, I just wanted to add to the title. Whereas I just have I just got slight disagreements with it. I don't think a lot of these women have self hatred. I think it's I think the way they behave comes off as being self hatred, but it's um it's just a result of them, like, I don't know, they just base their what you call it, their validation and their self esteem on the fetish, but them being fetishized by the self hatred of black people, basically. So they
So you.
prioritize that. Yeah.
So
Oh,
you
sorry about that. I didn't mean to cut you off, but continue.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say to that because you made a very interesting point. Where I was gonna add to that is so you think it's self inflicted.
No, I think just the way they like this, the way they set up their own self esteem and how they value themselves comes from a bad place in the first place. So that's why it kind of affects everything they do in life, the way they think, what they associate with, the people they want to hang out with, the people they want to get validation from. Everything they do is in relation towards them being validated by dark skinned black people. So
Right.
so
So
yeah.
go ahead, man. Go ahead.
So I'm very interested to know like how are like colorism relations in like the UK, because I really want to know like how like some of this stuff, like if I can only really bring it from like a United States point of view, but are the like relations between like the different like shades of black people better overseas or worser per se?
I would say in the past it used to be a lot more better because things were clearly defined. But I think these days, lately, a lot of things are moving more in the same direction as you guys. Because a lot of your culture, it's kind of global, right? And like a lot of people just grow up watching US TV shows and movies and following these celebrities and that. So, but
Wow. Yeah.
in the past, we had like clear classifications, like not someone that's of a mixed background, like would be half black, half white. They wouldn't call themselves black. They would be specifically referred to as being mixed race people. And they would call themselves that as well. They wouldn't call themselves um, black. But these days, there's kind of a shift going on. So I think we're kind of moving backwards. We had a more healthier outlook in the past, but I don't know. These days, it's not looking right.
Huh, that's interesting. I feel like nowadays we pretty much are at a point where I will say it's kind of weird when you think about it. Like I think we're going towards like a like self-righteous sense of like Afrocentrism, if it makes sense. But the thing about it is it's done in a place of vain. It's not like before where it was pretty much at a place of self-love. It's pretty much at a point where we was kings kind of way. Like don't worship them, worship us type of deal, if that makes any sense.
Hmm. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I will agree with that 100%. But then you have those that will do it just for the sake of just doing it. And again, like what I was getting ready to ask this dude here because you're in the UK and from the UK. How is the dynamic over there in comparisons to MLS people, regardless, men, women, and children? Like, you all interact with one another? Is it the same, or people, or do you look at each other as just well? We may look similar, we may have similar ethnicities and all that, but you're still on the chopping block.
I think it varies a lot. So if someone
No,
grows
okay.
up, I think it just depends on where you're basically growing up. So if you're like in a small town surrounded by uh, people that don't really look like you a lot, then you tend to not. I don't know. I think those people tend to kind of just do their own thing, right? They don't associate that much with other. They don't really have that relationship with one another like that. but then if they're in the city, they tend to be more oriented towards black culture and all that stuff, you know. So, but I think
Wow.
I think in the future though there might be I think things might drastically change because of the demographics in this country, right? Because like a lot of people in this country they're involved in like interracial relationships and stuff, and some of the fastest growing demographics in this country are people of mixed ancestry, you know. So, for example, like in this country, right, if you look at Caribbean people, they have some of the highest out of community marriages, right, or relationships. And
I
there's
heard that.
statistics that say that for every
Well, the
one black
UK.
Caribbean child that's born, there is three mixed ones, you know. So
Wow. Yeah, I've always heard that the UK is like where a lot of like Nigerians go. Is that true?
yeah, yeah, that's true. There's a massive population of Nigerians and people from across Africa, mostly
I,
from West Africa. Though.
I feel like Netflix kind of plays into it too because Netflix is pretty much invited like like if you look at like some of the Netflix shows, like you can tell like there's a lot of MLS like actors that and you can like hear it in the accent that they're pretty much on from the UK and they're pretty much put on like a grand scale of things because Netflix pretty much if it's like a popular show like overseas, they're going to pretty much play it like for America, and a lot of Americans are going to see it, and then that's just gonna elevate like the status of like a lot of the actors and putting pretty much put them on a world scale, pretty much. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, yeah, I hear that. I hear that. That does go on.
Agree. So, you have any questions for us? I know you're probably curious, like how the dynamics over there probably affect pretty much Americans' point of view, how it pretty much affects like the people over in the UK.
Yeah, I want. So I got a question for you. How do you how do you like see things moving in the future over there? Do you think like do you feel like lately there's been like a sort of a change in mood with MLS people? Do you think they are forming more their own sense of identity or community and um, like moving away from like darker skinned black people, or do you think there's like still more the same as there was in the past?
Um, that's an interesting question. Honestly, to say it, I think with MLS people, you have to look at it from all angles. I feel like it's a very slow but growing like minority that's kind of just stepping away. The thing about it is they're like the quiet like minority that's slowly becoming because like I said in one of my past videos, what once an MLS person pretty much steps outside the community, they just step away. Like it nothing's said, nothing is done. They just fade away and pretty much you're not really going to see them in black gatherings or anything. They pretty much just fade away.
So
The vo-
do you think they like okay? So do you think they just like check out completely, or do you think they network with other MLS people or other people that have like a similar like way of thinking as themselves?
they pretty much check out completely. I
Right.
would say
Okay.
as far as identity goes, the identity is pretty much still kind of it's still a work in progress to say the least. I think the issue we're pretty much coming across now is pretty much the same issue we probably have been dealing with like 20 years ago. there's still a lot of MLS people that pretty much are putting on the capes, fighting, pretty much trying to fight like the black community's battles to their own detriment. And there's a lot of, pretty much a vast majority that still feel like they owe the black community something, which I think you can kind of fault the parents, if anything, because I feel like they pretty much are the ones that reinforce like this. You have to pick a choose identity, which I think is blatantly ignorant. But
Actually, you know, I got a very interesting question because you said parents, right? So in America, do you guys have like multiple generations of people that are like clearly visibly mixed people, right? So like I'm thinking of like the Hodgtons, for example, people like that. Do they Was there ever like a history where they were their own community at some point in the past in America, and then and or is that or were they always like part of the black community?
I think I'll let AMR start with, because I think AMR pretty much can touch on this subject pretty well.
Well, I know for me, because of my background, and like what Carl just said, yes, the Creoles did, and this was like way before the United States even became the United States. We were known as the New World, and the New World was where pretty much a lot of people were heavily mixing
Right.
from
But you had a
different backgrounds.
distinct culture, right? You had a
Yes,
distinct Yeah.
absolutely. But however, and even till this day, I mean, even with the Creoles and other mixed groups like the Melungeons, and I think there's another one. I just can't think of it right now. But yeah, I know the Creoles, especially in Louisiana, but it's not necessarily all the way just tied to Louisiana. But I know in America, that's where the majority of it stands. But even though it's like a broader term. So with that, because it's like so far globally spread out in certain different areas of the world, especially with the especially with Creoles and even people who are considered octoroons or quadroons. Um, for me that's my background. Um, and and when we were coming up, not just myself, but also my sister, my brother, and my other cousins, we all got along. Again, we was intermingling, and we somewhat kept the tradition alive.
So when you
So
say intermingling, do you mean like with other races and different communities, or
pretty much. But we still, yeah, but and to our credit, there was some like trial and error period that we had to pretty much cut certain people off. But then there are some of us that just chose to just keep the traditional standards going.
okay? Can I ask you another question? With Creole people, would you say that they are? Would you say it's a culture that's growing by the day, or is it shrinking?
Well,
Would you say a lot of Creole people are assimilating in towards like mainstream black culture, or do you think they like what would you say?
I would say shrinking, honestly.
yeah, I was also gonna say that too. And
It
like you
goes.
was
Yeah,
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
that's what I was gonna say. Did you say they're assimilating?
assimilated into other cultures like black culture or something.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, okay, got it.
Um, oh wow, I will answer it like, yeah, you have like a certain population of them that do that, but all of them as a whole, no. I know it may seem like that's what it is because of like what we were talking about earlier, and I really do hope some of the women will jump on here and give their input when it comes to
Absolutely.
as to why um, they feel the need to to glorify their self hatred, you know, in that sense. But yeah, some of it does come from guilt as well as shame, and that's where I was also
Absolutely.
gonna add, put this one in where.
Can I ask you another question? I got one more question. So
No, go ahead.
so so you know how you guys are saying that the Creoles are assimilating in with other communities. Does the one drop rule play a role in that, or is that something that's applied more towards people that are like biracial, like
The one
a
drop
Creole?
rule plays a
Yeah.
huge role in it. It
So
pretty
that's
much
universal. You'd say it's a universal thing. It affects people that have parents parents of two different races equally as it would affect someone that has a long line of Creole ancestry.
I
Because
think
if I personally, like in my mind, I would think like, right, if you're like a Creole person and you got like a distinct culture, wouldn't you be more like hard headed about assimilating in towards black culture, and the one drop rule would it not like have a weaker effect on those people?
I think the issue we're pretty much dealing with now is that going back to what I said before, like the Afro like centric movement has pretty much just went global and mainstream. And now the thing that's going on now is if there's anybody that pretty much of a lighter hue that looks like they have any visibly black ancestry and they claim something else, they are shamed and ridiculed from hell and back. And you could go down the list from Latinos, Afro Latinos, like Dominicans, Puerto Ricans. There's even some Mexicans that they're starting to do that for. If you even wave like anything differently, any type of different flag, or you differentiate yourself in any way, then you are going to be shamed. And don't let them be from the like RBG like movement. Oh my goodness. They shame them. It's just the shame is just unreal.
Right, but so RBG, what is that? What does that stand for? Who are they?
It's like a Marcus Garvey like pro African movement that started in like the like 1930s. They carried on over. They went from that to the Black Power movement, and pretty much was the precursor for what we have or whatever we have left now with this new like Hebrew Israelite centric movement that we have now.
Right, I got that. So these guys are extremely like hostile to people that don't conform to the one drop rule. Okay.
Yes, very hostile.
Yeah, and the one drop rule too was also, excuse me, um, it's pretty much sort of like a Western thing. Even though yes, it has somewhat made, I don't want to say all the way effects globally, but when again, because not saying that it never existed in the Eastern world, but it really has been a Western thing, and it really did start off with a certain subgroup of people who went by a different culture, but also a different group, such as your Creoles, and as well, and not just them, but also some other forms of MGM people. Even though people will battle and say oh, that's not real, blah blah. That it's debatable. But at the end of the day, and even just hell, even your biracials, I think because I think they get hit with the most with it heavily now because there's more of them populating, contrary to belief.
Growing exponentially by the day.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
so when you hear people say one drop rule, they're mainly referring to the some what the United States justice system is talking about.
yeah, yeah. But another thing that kind of confuses me, right, is that when I look up the one drop rule, I think it's only been around for it's something that was outlawed, and it was only in existence for like 30, 40 years. It wasn't so like how is it that it's been around for like such a short period of time that it can have like a massive impact on people to this day?
Well, I would say it really started probably in like the 1960s with the affirmative like action movement, and pretty much like the Martin Luther King and Malcolm X days, when pretty much their color fountains and white supremacy was at its all time probably worstest that we probably still will never see ever again. And it pretty much was like if you were any visibly shaded black, you were discriminated against. And we pretty much all had the same battle. We pretty much were all fighting against the white supremacy of that time. And once it was over, a lot of people it carried over pretty much for generations on generations, because there's a lot of people, lighter skinned people, that probably have went against and dealt with more discrimination than your dark skinned black person. But the issue that lies now is that dark skinned people have pretty much convinced light skinned people that we have a privilege that we have to acknowledge, which goes back to what the commenter said about white guilt. We call it light skin guilt. It's pretty much all of the shades of white guilt, but pretty much light skin guilt. So they make white people feel guilty about white racism, which is fair enough to say. And they make light skinned people like we pretty much benefit from white racism, which is basically colorism. So for us being lighter, we get afforded privileges, which is been proven on numerous occasions to not be true. But a lot of light skinned people have pretty much been indoctrinated to believe this lie for years. And it wasn't until pages like mine and like other pages, even before me, that pretty much started fighting back against these. And a lot of those people have been attacked from all fronts. Even like a lot of light skinned people have pretty much attacked other light skinned people for fighting against these myths. I've been around to witness all of this, and it's insane.
And basically, there are, and then again, and the opposite agenda was for those same propagandas and motives was basically, again, fighting against that agenda that everybody should be under a certain banner, but it wasn't necessarily going to be beneficial for us, but instead we're the walking punching bags of that particular agenda. And it's not necessarily just based off the internet, but there's also some experiences that I myself and other people have dealt with in real life. You know, they love gaslighting you, projecting onto you 1 minute, oh, you're a part of us, next minute you're not. So it's like double talk out of both sides of your neck. And even the ones, and even the term that I used, well, not that I used, but a term that was introduced to me, a panderer, or even light skinned saviors, where you'll have light skinned people that will co sign the false narratives of again, light skinned folks having these, know these, how can I'm trying to phrase it correctly, where like when you hear a dark skinned person say something and they may have an agenda against light skinned folks, but yet they believe it themselves, and they don't even realize that they're being duped, they're being used. So like what Brown and Bay said earlier, being a crash test dummy, and there's a lot of us that have fallen into that.
So there is the link. I really want to see if I can get some ladies up here so we can hear the perspective from light skinned women themselves.
So okay, I want to ask as well. Would you say between the two genders, would you say men are the ones that are leaving or trying their own identity away from blackness, or would you say women are?
Oh, I can answer that. I think here's the thing. I think nowadays, even if you look on YouTube, I think a lot of light skinned men, after all these years, are finally starting to see the writing on the wall. And there's a lot of light skinned men that pretty much already have checked out and left the black community per se, but it's starting to happen more than ever. Even I myself have just looked. And I think the thing about it is you got to look at it not from like a black community's perspective, but just look at it from a light skinned male perspective. Are you really going to want to fight for a community that has pretty much shamed you, emasculated you, and destroyed your image on a world scale for years upon generations, and still fight hard for this community? And most people, I'm sure if we went to every genre of men on planet Earth, they would tell you no. So I think in that perspective, I think light skinned men have checked out, honestly.
Right, right. That's interesting. Yeah, that checks out what I would think as well. What about what would you say with women? Would you say the women? I know with light skinned women they're kind of put up on a pedestal, but would you say there's maybe a trend of them as well where they are probably like reconsidering stuff, or do you think they're comfortable where they're at?
I actually think they're reconsidering it slowly.
Okay, okay. Why
If
do you
you
say
look
that?
at if you look at like the media per se, like if you look at like the very vast majority of like mixed women, a lot of them are dating white men. Like even if you look at Zendaya, like she's with Spider-Man, Tom Holland. I think like a few years down the line, especially like what I said before with Netflix, and pretty much Netflix has been pushing this whole mixed woman, white man thing lately. I've noticed that's been happening a lot. And we all know how powerful the media is. I think down the line, you're going to see a lot of MLS women checking out too, if it hasn't started already.
So you wait. So you're saying it's mainly because of the media. You're not saying. So would you not say that they there would be like other reasons of them maybe like reconsidering? Because like if you say as a light skinned man, you're not, you're kind of talked down on and belittled. you're saying the women are they don't really they're leaving, but for like just completely different reasons. They don't. You're just saying that because of the media, they're gonna gravitate more towards the other extreme.
Well, it's a lot of reasons. I think you got to look at like geographically, like where they're raised. Like, there's a lot of like mixed women that pretty much were born probably in areas that you probably like. There's mixed women in Wyoming. There's mixed women in Baltimore. A mixed woman in Wyoming is gonna act a whole lot different from a mixed woman in Maryland. It pretty much all depends on like geography, honestly. So if they're born in a mostly white community, they're gonna adapt the mannerisms of a lot of like white people. Just like in the black community, they're gonna adapt a lot of mannerisms of black people. It pretty much it's almost like a chameleon per se, since mixed people and light skinned people don't really have much of identity. They pretty much take on the identity of whatever demographic of people they're around the most.
Right, right. Do you not like ever see a situation where you get like a more common pairing between a light skinned man and a woman, and them forming going off and forming their own like communities, like they like you had in the past?
It doesn't really happen nowadays, and honestly, even if it did, I think we all know it would be a foregone conclusion of what would start like the repercussions of that. So even if there was one, you're not really going to hear about it, because if you do, trust and believe me, there's going to be an angry mob of people that are going to shame them to hell and back for it.
Right, right.
Would you like to add to this, AMR?
Well, one of the questions I was going to ask one of the people in the chat, and I don't know if I was going to ask them if there were a woman or a man. I don't know for sure, just out of curiosity, because they do seem like they do have a lot to say though, and I don't mean that any negativity by any means. I just find their takes on certain things interesting, but also too. Um, the media, again, going back to like what you said about the media, it somewhat played a part, but not a whole part, because they can't, because certain people cannot separate fiction from nonfiction, and also their climate that they're brought up in definitely plays a major role, or how they were brought up too, just so that they could somewhat get. But then again, and also our history, whether if it's light skin history and mulatto history, um, I didn't realize, because again, the more I'm doing research or looking at pages, I'm learning more and more every day that we basically did a lot that regular history doesn't tell you, especially in the U.S., let alone in the Western world. You have to pretty much do stuff on your own, so you can somewhat feel some type of self joy and accomplishment, regarding yourself, that you're just not here just for the sake of being here. Like, I would have never known that um MLS people in general ruled all of Europe. Would have never known.
Wait, would you say MLS people ruling Europe? I've never heard of that before.
Where's my man at? I think I think he's in the chat room right now. Majiste. Yeah, he has a page called or a blog called narrowland.com, where it explains a lot of stuff that is not really covered. And in this modern world that we live in. Yeah,
Yeah,
narrow land identity fraud. And Tori LA, what's up, man? Yeah, I do agree with that. And one of the things for me and why I became part of this space too, not just me being um, light skinned and all that, but because I saw the attacks, from other spaces that I would be in, where every time and again, and it will just be just out of the blue, and you're wondering like, well, where's all this coming from? And I think some of those people that was in those spaces were like already traumatized, yeah, suffering from some type of trauma, and they wanted to take it out on somebody else that was different from them because it made them feel good. So when I said, okay, well, that's how y'all feel, well, fuck it, I'm out. Like, notice how if you're like involved in a certain community where you're pretty much the minority in that particular group, you're going to be ostracized.
as we see right now.
Till this day.
But anyway,
yeah. The contrast is interesting, between the men and women. Like the men are completely like from what it looks like, the men are completely ostracized, and the women are put up on a pedestal.
Oh yeah, and that
well,
was why. Oh, go ahead, man.
But this is all from the lens and the viewpoint of black people, you know. Because like,
I would
but
say
if you look at the like, if you change the lens and look at it from like a global cross racial perspective, then the dynamics just change completely. But in my opinion, I think personally, for light skinned women, the deal is just too good for them, to identify with black people, to associate, you know, like the incentives just work out perfectly for them. Even though like it really comes from like a like a really bad place. You're just taking advantage of darker skinned people's like self-loathing and self-hatred, and you use
Oh
that.
yes, their
And
insecurities. Yep, that
yeah, yeah,
what
and you use
you're not
that.
you know what, you're not the first person that is ever that said that.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's sad. It's really sad if you think about it, because you use their self-loathing and self-hatred to validate yourself, and put yourself and to think better of yourself. And like sometimes, like it looks a little bit like all of it, like the optics. If you like look at like a light-skinned woman that identifies with black people, it doesn't look good, because like deep down you know you're distinct from them, and you still want to identify with them because you know you are getting a good deal from them. But I don't know.
mm,
Absolutely, and again, and we know that there's definitely a gender and a generation gap as well. But at the same, and they don't even realize that some of these people that they somewhat cater to, not just for the sake of catering for the needs where those needs are going to be celebrated, but then again, um, it's brought on the fact that those people are their own worst enemies, and they're just used as a puppet, as a pawn and pontificating that, and sooner or later they're going to see it if they already don't see it now. Like, how many times do you want them to be misused and abused?
I think the thing about it is, I think sooner or later you can always string things along for so long before it goes haywire. And I think nowadays we're starting to see like it's a it was a pedestal that pretty much was built on like a play stool anyway. Because if you got to realize at the end of the day, if you are an outsider in the other group, they're only going to tolerate you for so long. And once you do something that goes against the grain, they're going to take that away. And I think we're starting to see that with a lot of MLS women, where
And
if
somehow the MLS men, if we're not, if we're not, ostracized, but we're gonna get the blame for what other people did. And then I come at them with the common sense side, like, yo, we didn't have nothing to do with this. Matter of fact, you told us that we were just, we were irrelevant, we're this, we're soft, all this other stuff. Meanwhile, the women, not all of them, but then some, again, but a certain vast majority of them, they're just sitting off on the sidelines, just laughing and cheering and clapping.
but here's the interesting part of that, AMR. You have to look at it from all sides. Now, if you really think about it, here's the thing. If you look at like MLS men, it goes to a point where do you really see like does perception equal reality? And I would say it's very to the contrary. Like I was out just yesterday and I saw like a dark skinned like man, and he was like, mind you, I'm a pretty tall guy. I'm like 6'3", and he was taller than me, and he was wearing a purse, like a straight up purse, like a crop top wig and everything, and it was obvious.
Oh my God.
I'm talking like 6'5". Like I'm looking up, this guy has to be like 6'5", 6'6", and it kind of had caught me by surprise, and he wasn't a light skinned man. Like this man was like a dark skinned man. So it goes to a point where you have to look at it like, okay, like what are we seeing here? Because I could tell you quite honestly that I have seen quite the contrary. But it goes back to where the title of the video is self-hatred. And I even have to point the finger at like a lot of MLS men because I think we kind of play into this because I've seen a lot of videos. Like there's a guy that literally has got popular on YouTube for doing very like stuff that you would just see that and you would just say pause. And he's gotten popular. Like light skinned guys do this, and it's like light skinned guys are basic. We're just digging our own graves.
Yeah, it's just sad. It's just people that are buying into those narratives, like just playing along. Even though that those like narratives are created by black people to just like eliminate competition, They just wanna
Oh yeah.
they
Because
just wanna
they also too fall for that hierarchy, the hierarchy mentality where it's all about competition. So what do you do with competition? You're gonna do everything you can, like studying, again, like pretty much studying your opponent if you get ready to fight them.
No, it's just they just want access to they just
Oh
want
yeah,
access
that
to
that
women.
too.
That's what it's about. That's why they'll try and they want to feminize the men and turn the women off from you. I've seen it online a lot where even light skinned women will come up and dark skinned women they'll say light skinned men are more emotional, feminine, all that stuff, So it's a trope. It's a trope. It's created by these guys to, kill off competition. And it's kind of sad to see these guys play along into that. You're just kind of shooting yourself in the foot.
Yeah, you're right. And
If
I'm
you was
like,
a light
all
skinned
I
guy
know is
playing
that
this,
they ain't gonna say that over here.
yeah.
Let me show you guys something.
But you know what else though? I think like wider society, right, kind of puts a lot of black people up on a pedestal anyway, because like you get all the media promotions and films and affirmative action and all that stuff, working in your favor. Like the you got all of this playing in the background as well. So I think in the eyes of like women, they'll just naturally gravitate towards whoever has got status. But I think that's coming to an end very soon as well, though, because there's like a right wing conservative backlash coming very soon. You know.
Do you guys see the screen? I'm sorry, my mic was muted.
Oh yeah, we can see it.
Okay, let me show you.
God damn, girl, are you fine as shit? What the fuck are you doing with this nigga right here? It's so beige, motherfucker.
Listen, aren't you gonna do something? Protect me.
Okay, now let's talk about this. Maybe where it is very revealing.
So what?
I mean, maybe you brought this upon yourself. Okay, bro, look, we don't want no problems. Hey, motherfucker, you over here whistling my girl while standing right here? No, man, no disrespect. I'm not whistling at your girl. I'm just whistling this. Oh, tell the camera, sorry. Really, tell the camera. I'm sorry about that. Talk to me, motherfucker.
Oh, the whistling.
Hey, shut the fuck up. Damn. Look, dude, I wasn't trying to do anything. I'm stay on the curb right here, talking to my grandmother on Skype. Fuck that bitch. Do something. Do something. Why would you do this? You're probably not even with me. It's with her. Look, what's this even gonna prove? We grown up, nigga. Okay, fuck this. Nigga. That was like. Well, nigga. No. Oh, really? No. Oh, you got a gun? Wait, man. Stay away. No. Okay. Let's get. God damn it. God, get your ass up.
Okay, I've seen enough.
Right. I'm just like this. This is embarrassing. And
That's your first glimpse of American light skin and dark skin black culture for you, Frank.
and like what Carl said, that was just pure demonic propaganda.
It goes back to what I said. It's nothing but self-hatred for you to go along with stuff like this.
Yeah.
And this is what light-skinned people, and trust me, we're about to get into the woman perspective of it too. Just give me a second. There was a video I wanted to play. But for start fair use, because I know there's probably going to be some people trying to copyright me for this. It's too many videos. I've never even seen that video before. I hate it when I type up videos and then they come up when I'm off camera, but then when I'm on camera, they start hiding stuff.
Do you think you got a tab open or a tab closed?
Yeah, sometimes I don't know. The algorithm for YouTube is strange. Sometimes it'll recommend something, and then you type it up again, and it just vanishes.
Sorry about that, y'all. I'm laughing at Majis.
Okay, here's one video.
Colorism is discrimination based on the shade of your skin, and it stems back to slavery. Light-skinned people were made to work in the house, while dark-skinned people were forced to work in the field. This created a division, and because of this, it added on to the connotation that having darker skin is bad. After slavery, light-skinned people were seen as more attractive than darker-skinned people because they looked more white, which is dumb. This causes light skin to have a privilege over dark skin. Don't think colorism is rare in our society. Take this example. This book, The Hate. You can see that the main character is clearly dark skinned. But in the movie adaptation, they used an actress. Now that doesn't mean the movie was bad. It just goes to show that even light-skinned actresses have an advantage over dark-skinned actresses, even if they don't fit the book's description. Even me, y'all, I assure you, if I was dark-skinned, some of y'all wouldn't be here right now. If you guys take away anything, take away this. Every black person is beautiful and worthy to be treated like royalty. And don't forget it.
Oh, what's up, RTGP?
Yeah. So that's what we're pretty much dealing with nowadays. And a lot of light-skinned people like her are getting thousands upon thousands of interactions, and they, for whatever reason, they are put like right on the mainframe.
Right. And you know, and women like her, sad to say, you know, again, is already bought into the propaganda that she's been fed. And it's like, lady, I don't know who you think you are, but have you not stepped outside your house and realized what is going on? Hell, have you even looked on social media or even in the media in general to see how you're just being played like a fiddle and you keep taking it? Because I'm like, wouldn't be any different if you went outside and you was treated just like us.
Are you still there, Frank?
Yeah. What I find interesting about those videos is that they always then I've never seen a light skinned person talking about anything related specifically towards them, you know? Like what are your personal issues? They're always talking about what's going wrong for I don't know, darker skinned people, and or you speaking on behalf of them, you know.
Until now.
Yeah. It's I think it's like I said, you're pretty much are their crash dummy. They want you to break down the wall and take all the brunt damage of that wall. And once the wall is broken down and you're broken down, they just waltz right through and enjoy all the benefits that you pretty much are too emotionally or physically damaged to enjoy.
Yeah, you know, like sometimes I think that these people are maybe a little bit lazy as well, you know, because like she's kind of in a way regurgitating from the same old
Caller
talking
three,
points.
Hello.
how you
Hello?
doing? May I
Yes.
ask, is this emancipation?
Yes.
How you doing?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Oh, is this the one that joined my stream, like my second stream, like a few years ago?
Yeah.
Oh, see, it's been so long. Forgive me.
Yeah, that's okay. I know it's been a minute, but you know, I understand doing this type of content is a bit draining.
Yeah, I took a long break, checked out for a bit, but I'm back.
Yeah, but I believe that it's probably best that you take breaks because each year I'm sure you've noticed it's gotten worse.
Oh yeah,
I mean, year by year by year.
yeah. I've been dipping in and out, checking in, seeing. I see this whole exotical thing is starting to take off.
I noticed that like that wasn't a thing when we were on, and yeah, it's a lot going on. It's a lot of propaganda, and some things it's kind of I don't know. I don't know. It's like on one end, it's I don't know what do we do.
Hmm.
Well, again, the only thing I can say is that continue living our lives and not,
Well,
live the
yeah,
life based off of not living lives based off of a lie.
yeah, but see, we're the few that see through it, though. That's the problem. And then there are other lighter people who are gonna take in the propaganda and exposing on you, even if we're living our lives. That's just like you simply going to the store. There's a light woman that's gonna have some attitude with you, probably because of stuff she's seeing on social media.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
That's how I see it. Like if you're a light dude, you're working, but you're gonna get microaggressions. That's why it's like it's infuriating because people don't understand. Like this does have real consequences.
Oh yeah. Microaggressions and echo
Yeah.
chambers and
Mhm.
just all
Mhm.
for coming out the woodwork. And that was why,
Yeah.
again, that was why I said emancipation that I liked your takes on things because you did have a lot to say. And I was just, again, wondering if, again, if you're a woman yourself, because there were some things that you may feel comfortable answering certain questions where we as men really can't
Okay.
from a woman's perspective.
Okay.
Yeah, there's
Okay.
only so much I could really say,
So you
but
you remember me from years ago? What's that? AMR. You remember me from years ago? Or are you talking about the?
I think I think I may have seen you floating around,
Yeah.
but then all of a sudden,
Yeah.
just certain people that I interacted with, they'll be
Okay.
here today, gone tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's kind of like the people who were real. They're no longer on here.
And that's why I enjoy, and every chance that I get, I'm gonna take time to again shout outs to Anon and LSM
Yeah,
and
but see,
even
there's a lady. I don't know. Do you remember a lady before named Light Skin Tears?
oh yeah, she was the one who started me on
Yeah.
my journey.
Yeah, there's a lady named Light Skin Tears, Isadora Storm. But that was like in the late 2010s, though.
Yeah. One of the
So
things
that
I hate
she
about
left.
that is,
Yeah, she hid her stuff because she got threatened.
yeah, one of the things it goes back to what I said. Like that's why there's a lot of people like as far as like when you do content like this, I recommend never show your face because there's a lot of like crazy people out.
Yeah, for me, it's like on one hand, I was gonna do content. I did live streams, but I put it in the back burner because of the same thing. Like I would see somebody come out and do the same thing to me in comments. But see, this the difference with me was like it was never about being scared, but it's almost like I'm doing all of this by myself. Because back when it was like few people doing it, and you start feeling like, well, why am I doing all this by myself? I don't see any other people doing it, and it's like you're gonna be taking all the hits by yourself.
well, it does. I think it takes one to necessarily to pretty much get a crowd going. And
Yeah.
trust me, they'll soon follow.
Well, but even 2 years ago, it was kind of stagnant, but it was kind of like, well, even 2021, it was kind of at the tail end of everything. But you kind of felt discouraged because it was like, it seems like a lot of these light skinned folks are just stuck. They're not going to get it, you know?
Yeah,
And now it's like, I see it to me, it's gotten worse since TikTok. So that's why I said year by year, I'm seeing like certain
Oh,
increments. It's like it's
TikTok
getting
is
worse and
just
worse and worse. Like since TikTok, I've noticed it's gotten worse.
well, I kind of have just checked out from like social media because you really see like the like
Yeah.
the ignorance of people more. I really try to stay away from apps like that because
Hmm.
I just don't have the patience to deal with
Well,
such foolishness.
because so what I did is I was on there and I would see so much stuff, and even people who were like in hundreds of thousands of views, I would comment to them and I didn't care and I said what I wanted. And of course they'll get mad at me and some people flag my stuff. So even though I didn't have a YouTube channel, I was like, okay, with trends, I'm like, okay, everybody's on TikTok. So I went on TikTok and of course they'll flag you off.
Well, see, that's what I don't like about apps like that is it's like they're like echo chambers. It's
Hmm.
like if like Reddit and all, it's like if you say something against the grain, you're gonna get downvoted, you're gonna get your post deleted. It's just social media as a whole is just not really honestly, as far as like stuff like this, there's only so much you can do on social media. Like
Yep.
I've been kind of trying to clean the channel up a little bit because there's only certain things I can say because if I say like certain
Yeah.
things is gonna cause like me to get attacked, and sometimes you can get your channel taken down.
Yeah. Cause I know me, it's like, I guess if the stuff I see, I know I would just talk to someone like the way darker women, they talk to you like they're on the street corner. And it's like, okay, well, I know I can do the same thing. But then when I do it, I'm the bad guy. You know what I mean? It's like if you're light and you come and you shoot the same way they shoot at you, it's like you're wrong. Now you're wrong. And then the other light skinned girls you're trying to protect, they're gonna look at you and say you're wrong.
Oh yeah, because those are the confused ones. Like I don't
Mm,
even, and I'm starting to think they may not necessarily stand on anything unless if it's going against the grain. That's the stance that they will take. Again,
but
I've been, yeah, I've been me all my life, and I've seen a whole lot of shit go down, whether if it was myself or other people, and you really start to feel like, even on a subconscious level, that yo, will there ever be somewhere where I can go to where I
hmm,
feel comfortable and you don't have to necessarily worry about any attacks or any type of scrutiny as
right.
a light skinned man or mixed man or biracial man, to where you could just be just comfortable without happening to hear the Kendrick Lamar uh words,
Hmm.
oh, you not like us. And
Oh
Well,
I'm
see,
yeah.
like,
that's
well,
a
that's
double-edged sword with that because, see, I'm thinking, I'm not gonna say, I think that what sometimes I think when they still talking about biracial people, they still talking about light-skinned black people or mixed people.
oh
So some
yeah.
people, so what's happening is the lighter black folks, they'll be like, oh yeah, uh-huh, they not like us, but low key, they also kind of talking about you too.
Yes.
But they
Well,
don't, they don't pick up on that. But see, on some situations, it could be because of him being biracial. He may be like, well, he sees his girlfriend as a light skinned black woman because she doesn't have a direct, person that's a whole person. So he's probably looking at her as black, whereas he's gonna look at Drake. But it's still like, okay, it,
honestly, I
you
think
just kind of
Kendrick.
don't know if they say stuff like that. Sometimes you could be like, well, yeah, I know they're not talking about me, but it's almost like you might be still talking about me. Like when they say light skinned people, they're still throwing all of us together.
Whitney
Yeah.
Alford is not what I think of when I think of a black woman. I'm sorry. She looks like she's got a lot of mixtures in there.
Who's this?
Oh, I believe that.
Who is this?
Yeah, I'm trying to see the comment. Who said that?
Isn't
I
isn't that an oxymoron in itself? Light skinned black person.
Uh, it it's an interesting thing. Are those razors?
Sounds like it.
The future is golden. How's it going, man?
Everything's good. How you guys doing?
No, we doing pretty good.
That's cool. So who's up on the panel?
Just let me click her back on here. It's emancipation.
Hey, Emancipation. Hey,
How are
Amar.
you?
Hey, Brownie Beige. I'm good.
I
Future,
was gonna
Henry
say
has
How
something.
you
friends.
doing, Future?
I was gonna say low key. I had noticed your page, and it's been some years I've seen it, and I was curious about your page because in some instances it seems like, and it's okay, that you only wanted. Well, how can I say it? That light skinned black folks are not allowed to be on your page.
I don't think I ever said that, and I'm
Well,
not sure why people said that.
well,
So,
it was
like,
a.
I noticed.
Uh-huh. It was something. It was on live stream or a stream that you had did. You were like, well, light skinned black people. I don't know why they're over here. They should create their own platforms. And it's kind of like, well, yeah. I mean, I could say that that could be true, but it was like kind of the way you said it was almost like, okay, like why the hell are you here? And I'm like, well, what is the point of this activism if you're gonna have now another form of division, and then you're coming
I think
over
that
and
what
then
happened. So I don't remember ever saying that, but I think what may have happened was that people who were saying they were light skinned black, they were saying that they don't agree with whatever some of the mixed people are talking about, and they kept like,
where were the light skin? It's barely light skinned black people on these platforms. It seems like it's nothing but it was people more like who said they were kind of MGM or they
MGM.
biracial. It's really, to be honest with you, I'm like probably literally one of the few people who say they're light skinned black. I don't see, even when I was floating on different platforms, I did not really see a lot of light skinned black people on there. And I remember the video that you had because I had put the timestamp and everything because I think I came across your post when you were talking to what's that girl, Enlightened Beauties.
Huh. I
Well, I don't really. I mean, I don't. I don't know what happened. I think she deleted her channel. Of course there was drama. But what I'm gonna say is this. Like it doesn't matter really whether they're biracial, MGM, light skin, but there were people who did not agree, if that makes sense, with what we were talking about. And I kind of felt like, well, why are they here? Like if you
Well,
don't agree with what we're talking about, then why are you here? Like it doesn't have
but
anything to do with it being light skinned though.
those
that
were
I'm just saying, like I noticed that on these platforms, like I was, I would listen to a lot of people, and your platform is like one of the few people that I'm like, when I look at comments, you can kind of see what they identify. I really didn't see anyone that was over there that was saying they were a light skinned black person. Really, that's why when you did that, when you had did that stream, I kind of was like, okay, like okay, because I know it's a biracials were kind of like we don't want biracials, we just want to be biracials only, and then all of a sudden, I'm like, now she's kind of trying to do the same thing. I
Well,
noticed it. That's why
there's
I'm kind of like,
another aspect too that me personally, I was saying that the biracial should have their own space without interference from the other groups. But I think that there's always going to be people like yourself who feel excluded, right? Because you may be fine with everybody. But then there are people who, like, if they have a biracial page and then people come over and, why are you guys making it all about biracials?
I
It's
understand that.
like,
I understand that
you know
element
what I
of
mean?
someone telling someone that they shouldn't, why do you only have that? And it's kind of like, well,
Yeah.
because you can do that. It's just that I think when you had did a similar, when you had did that, it was kind of like, okay, like it's like on one hand, it's like I think it's understandable if someone said they want a MGM page or whatever, and you're like, okay, but then it's like another when you kind of almost, well, they need to create their own
Well, when
stuff.
you push everybody away, right? And I know what you're saying, but I do think
Yeah,
that,
so when you did that, because I can pull the video up and I had actually recorded it just in case if I've ever had this situation. Because my thing is that I feel like light skinned black people, it's like we're just kind of, we're like, some of us are like, and I refuse to do it. I'm not going to say I'm biracial. I'm not going to say I'm mixed just so I can fit into mixed spaces.
right.
Like that's one thing I feel like that's just me. I just, because I noticed that around that time that a lot of people were trying to mixify themselves. And it's kind of like,
Yeah.
if you truly that's one thing, but I do think that it's kind of like a dissociation where it's like the light skinned black person feels like they have to mixify themselves.
I
No,
remember
I
that.
don't think you need to do that. I think what happens though is I do think people need to be respectful of the content creators. And it's easy to, chastise the different creators for not being as inclusive as everybody would like. But me personally, I just came to that conclusion early on because I was already getting heckled as soon as I started the channel about who should and
Like from
shouldn't be on the
biracials, right?
channel
From biracials.
and what.
But
No,
like,
not just from
well,
biracials.
light skinned black
So
people do
that's
that
the
to you?
thing.
Light skinned black
Well, I
people
don't
too?
know, I really don't know everybody's personal background, but
So, okay.
from my perspective, there were some light-skinned black people who didn't agree with certain things, and in
Oh,
that
trust me.
case,
How do you
You
I
do
know,
feel like why not make a space for that type of content instead of going to different creators and trying to make them feel like they're being racist or they're being,
You're probably talking about
exclusive.
Bossy. That's what you're talking about is Bossy.
No, I'm not talking about Bossy because I don't
She's the
really
only
know
one.
Bossy with
She's
that.
the only one
But
that was floating on these spaces.
I want to move on from this point because I do think that I don't feel that way.
You
But I
don't?
do feel like it is very difficult to try to make content that is for quote unquote everybody. It
Oh,
doesn't
and I
work like
understand
that.
that, but I
It's
just
like,
think that it's just that when I noticed when you said that, that's all. It's just me saying that I noticed when you said that, it was like, oh, yet again, someone wants to say, why are you here?
well, you're
I just
welcome
wanted to
on
make
my
that.
page, Emancipation. I don't have any problems with you. I don't really know you.
Hmm.
But I
I
will
think
say that I don't like people coming to my page
Hmm.
and disrespecting me. And then what I noticed over the long term was that was just the overall tone and tenor of the space, going back and forth with each other, smoke shows and stuff like that. And I really was never looking to get involved in any of that. So that's the difference between me and some creators. They may relish the opportunity to go back and forth with other people, but I was never looking forward to that. So I mean, moving forward, you're welcome to come to my page. I don't have a problem with anybody. But if I'm making content and I'm talking about NGMs, I'm getting people from other countries telling me that I should make it a global conversation. Like, what? I'm getting people coming from like everywhere, so it makes it hard because I'm just talking about one group of people in the United States that are not biracial. Like we're not biracial, we have our own experience, and people want to make it overly inclusive
Well,
so
I
that they
understand
can
that
come.
because I see that
Mhm.
people try to say that they're light skinned, and I'm almost like the light skinned police. I hate to say that, but some people are saying they're light skinned, and I'm looking at them. I'm like,
And
girl,
they're
you know
not
you're
light
not.
skinned, right?
But
No, they're
see,
not.
now that's like taboo. You can't say that.
No, you can say that on my page though, because I'm not going to go along with everybody just to make them feel good and just so everybody can be included from everywhere.
I
Everybody
think
has their own lane. I feel like it's disrespectful because let's say you're a very light skinned woman and you want to talk about your experience. There are people that are not really light skinned that they just
Yeah.
want to get in on the discussion, and
Hmm.
that's not fair to you. So, yeah, I do like to keep it fair and square, but yeah, a lot of people are here just for the
Yeah.
kicks.
Yeah.
They're not
Because I
really
mean, that's my thing.
here.
It's like I almost felt like I guess even if I thought if I were, because that's where for me it's almost I've been stumped because I'm like, okay, I create a platform. And then 1 minute, the people are gonna say, "Well, we don't want this on here," and then you're kind of stumped as a content creator, like, "Well, what do I do?" Because these groups of people are saying, "Well, you can't speak for me," and then you stuck. And I'm like, "Well, see, this is why all people who have this type of beige skin is where we are because it's like we can't come together to have a conversation where it's
I
like, okay,
think
well, we may not have the same experience, but you may say, well, okay, you might be light skinned in a situation where you might, let's just say." Someone might be a little darker than me, but I might say, well, yeah, around darker people, they may look at you as light skinned.
Right.
I,
Yeah,
I think
I understand that, you know.
that was the problem that light skin love and Anon were dealing with.
Well,
What's
that's the
that?
Right, and
thing.
I,
It's like they were trying to be
yeah, I
inclusive
agree.
with everybody. That's what happened. And then they found out, look, these people they want to split up. Which again, I'm like, that's that's I think that there is a niche for that. Don't get me wrong, because I even thought as far as let me just have a light skinned black platform. But it feels so exclusive. I mean, technically it's like sure I can do that. But then some people may say, well, why is it just this?
Right, why is it just light skin? Well, my thing with light skin is I've talked about this a lot, but I think light skinned people, and mixed people, they are very related. Even though, light skinned black people obviously are not mixed, right? They don't have people right there in their family in those generations where they can say, oh, well, my family is this or that.
Hmm.
But I do get the distinction from somebody that's brown skin or caramel or
I think
Yeah.
chocolate skin tones. Yeah, like I know there's a distinction, but I think too with like the men, I noticed with the men that the men are the light skin. A light skinned man could be much darker than a light skinned
Hmm.
woman. Like you
Hmm.
notice that, like they just
Hmm.
divide it in half. They don't talk about brown skinned men. They just say light skin or dark skin. But then when it comes to the women, you got all these names for all the skin tones. So it is a lot different for the women.
I
light
But
I
brown,
just for
caramel
me,
brown.
I guess for me, like if someone is like light skinned Keisha speaking for Raven Simone, it's going to me there's a clash.
right.
It's no offense, because I do think that people who are a little browner, I do think that there's a dynamic that is unspoken. But I think sometimes just using the word light skin, it's almost like it's a one size fit all. And I think that there's levels to it.
But I think they were trolling when they were doing that. I mean, maybe they were serious, but like
Well, I
I
mean,
don't know.
look,
I
they
don't know
saying
that was
Meg the
trolling.
Stallion. They're saying people are saying Meg the Stallion's light skin. And I just throw up my hands like, what the hell do I do?
Oh, you know what? Emancipation. They were definitely trolling
That's just
when
crazy.
that was
Right.
said.
I'm like, what
And
the?
Yeah, she's not
even for
light
me as a
skinned.
man, I'm like, you expect me to believe that and take you seriously? Hell no.
Yeah. And
And
I'm trying to
because
be
you
so
want to use a
authentic
public,
about this. I'm like, the people are not speaking. We're trying to be so authentic about it. It's like, girl, that is not a light skinned woman. But then now you're the bad guy if you say that.
I'm like, hey, well, hey, even if you took the stance that you took, they was gonna get mad
Anyway.
regardless.
Or like
Yeah.
Haley Bailey. Haley
I
Bailey.
think
No,
skin
I don't see
tone is
her as
just
that.
so subjective. It just varies for so many different places.
And I don't, and I think I think that I will say that I do think that women, maybe like a Haley Bailey, may go through situations because they're trolling her now. They're trying to make her light skinned now because, well, she's not really dark skinned. So we're going to make you light skinned because we can't stand these bras over there. So we're going to throw you in the light skin pile. With some, they say, well, shoot, go ahead and throw me over here. But the light skinned
Well,
girls, we ain't really, saying, hey, girl, you ain't light skinned, but we low key, we kind of thinking it. But
Yeah, and a lot of these people that are calling people light skinned and stuff, what color are they? They may be very dark. So to them, everybody is like almost light skinned. But
right.
obviously, if you light skinned, Halle Berry is not no light skinned woman. She's more like a brown skin or tan or whatever.
Yeah, but
But
her sister, I've seen pictures of her sister. Now, I probably would say, now I know she looks like she tans, but I've seen like on TikTok that she does look like she would possibly be a light skinned woman.
oh yeah,
I've seen some
yeah,
pictures.
and
Same
in
with
the
same with
winter,
Glorilla. Glorilla is another one. I noticed over the years they got her tan, but when she started out, she truly actually was light skinned. I
right?
think
And
they
I
put
think
these
our
women.
skin tone
I think,
change too. Some of us.
hmm
I
yeah,
think it really depends. Like how, like in the sun, it's like in the winter time, you'll light up practically a whole shade, and then in the summer, once the sun is out, you pretty much darken when you're exposed to the sun, especially in the south.
Oh
well,
yeah.
yeah, I noticed that the South is a different category, and I try to respect it.
The south, they have like a
They have
whole
it's a
different.
different, yeah.
How is it
No,
different in the South? I've never even really been to the South, but how is it different there?
Well, the south, they pretty much have it. If you're not like dark, they'll throw you in the light skin category regardless.
True.
Oh, I see.
And truth be told, and again, and I'm from the South originally, even though I grew up in the Pacific Northwest. Like they was just basically, doing things, putting certain people in categories if you weren't what they expected you to be. Even if you were mixed, even if you're mixed or biracial, they would do that to you as well.
Right.
So that's why, the dynamic, especially in the South, people are gonna have those stances because that's just not necessarily something that they just pulled right out of their butts. But that's just that's pretty much that's pretty much what they had to experience. Oh, JC
So
says it depends on the shade of what most surrounds you. A lot of light skin in the South be brown. Yeah, that too. I've seen it myself. Then when it's like,
So they're gonna see him. They're gonna see you as biracial. So then that's another different. When someone biracial say,
well,
"Well, you can't go look good."
if not biracial, then they're gonna look at you and
Yeah,
say that you just gonna have some you just gonna have some mixture or admixture somewhere. Regardless, this is like, you definitely ain't the blackest thing walking around. I'm like, you don't
but
think I know
see,
that?
right, but see, it's like saying that if you're lighter even than the brown people that they call light skin, it's almost like, well, damn, I guess you just biracial mix over there.
Yeah,
That's why I'm
right.
like, cause I'm like, I seen him on the left. I'm like, I'm probably like the same skin tone as you, and it's like, wherever we go, we're gonna be seen as light skin anyway.
oh yeah.
Yeah, that kind. That's what when I talk about.
And let me not throw let me not throw in the colored eyes in there as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you throw in colored eyes or hazel eyes, then
Yeah.
chances are, yeah, you definitely gonna be seen as
Right.
something different, and they'll have people looking at themselves from a subconscious tip. Well, damn, like
Exactly. Because I never. Yeah.
you're already insecure, so me coming in, um,
Right.
just made you even more insecure. Well,
And I hate
damn.
to say that, and I hate to say the quiet part. Some even people who are caramel be feeling some kind of way around us.
Right.
I've seen
I can
that,
see that though.
but
Yeah,
nobody
if it's
talks about that.
yeah, see if you live like in the east and in the East Coast, there's really not a lot of like black people to me like that, like not a lot of black Americans specifically,
Hmm.
or black Americans that are like dark skinned. It's like a smaller group. Like I guess
Yeah.
if you go to the South, like 90% is dark skin or something like that. But yeah, if you're in like the East Coast, New York, New Jersey, Boston, it's like
Now,
there's all these other groups there,
now,
and a lot of them are brown skin, a lot of them are tan. So it's kind of like brown skin and tan is like its own color. People who are light skin are like nearly white in skin tone. To me, nobody calls anybody light skin unless they're a light skinned black person
now
and they have a very fair skin complexion.
I seen on the East Coast. Now the East Coast, that's a whole different animal. Now out there, if you're not practically the color of a white person, then they're just gonna automatically assume you're brown skin.
Um.
Yeah, because there's so many people that's brown skin. Like people are from Egypt, Morocco, Puerto Rico, Dominican. Like there's so many people that
Oh
are from these
yeah.
other countries and
The
they're
East Coast.
entertained.
Yeah, that's like you're right. Because the East Coast, man, I'm telling you, they ain't thinking of you as black. I don't know what
No,
it's like. You like skin black. It's like, oh, you Puerto Rican? Are you Dominican?
Oh
Even if
yeah,
I'm,
and I
it's
got a
like, and then
story on that too.
yeah, because if you're lighter, I'll be lighter than an Egyptian person, and they feeling some kind of way towards me probably. The woman, she looking at me. I'm like, girl,
right.
you're a whole nother race. Why you feeling some kind of way towards me? I've even seen East Indians online talk about colorism and stuff like that. And low key, they're trying to trauma bond with dark skinned women. I'm like, see, even today they feel
Yeah,
some
and
kind
you
of way
know what?
towards
No, and I'm glad you said that because that's sort of the word that we've been sort of looking, well, at least what I've been looking for is that trauma bonding. And
me. Yeah.
so so because again, people that do that, they bond through emotion, which is more commonly, well, I don't want to say most commonly, but we know that that's a thing when it comes to women. Regardless, women are just gonna bond out of some form of emotion. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah.
And also the thing too, especially even for me, because I have Puerto Rican friends, and even they told me straight up, if I was in Puerto Rico, I would automatically be consumed. I would automatically be assumed as a white boy.
Oh my
And
god.
yeah, and I was just laughing at it.
I would
I'm
too. I
like,
would say it's a social experiment. I would usually go.
I'm like, well, I don't speak the language, but I know I have
But they
resemblance
need
to
to
you. But
learn.
thank
Yeah.
you.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess it's almost like saying that. I guess they're willing to welcome you. So that's another thing. Maybe that's it. We need to learn another language or something, so we can have another. I don't
Oh,
know.
if we learn another language, it's over.
Yeah,
They'd
we
be like,
know
all the
we
And
know
languages
and
are
I
another
think
gone.
that's
language,
and I think
and
that's
it's
also what it is. Why they somewhat why the opposition fears us or fears
Hmm.
that,
Yeah.
because they know that the potential is there.
Like a Rosie Perez effect, because you look at her and think, oh, she's a light skinned black woman, but as soon as she speaks Spanish, that goes away.
right. Yeah, she does
I
look like
already,
a
you
light
know, I
skinned
already
black
knew that
woman.
she had some. I already knew that she was somewhat Spanish, even in the mid 90s.
Yeah,
Like
but see,
it doesn't.
she looked like a sister way. You'd be like, oh, she look like she's just hot yellow, kind of like that Tisha Campbell. I mean, Tisha, was it Tisha? Is it
Tisha
Tisha
Campbell.
Campbell? Yeah, that on that order. You be thinking, oh yeah, she's just a light skinned black woman. But yeah, I knew even back then she was mixed. But it's kind of like, well, yeah, if we learn, that's like if Tisha Campbell learns the language, it's like people gonna look at her as a whole different person.
Oh yeah, most
Yeah.
definitely, and that's the only thing that that's available is the phenotype.
Hmm. And so that's what
And
I'm saying. If we knew another language, it's like, okay, like you said, it'd be done. They'd be done for.
oh, and so let me ask this question though. Going on with the title, where do y'all think that this self hatred comes from?
Well, you can go ahead and go first, future.
Oh, y'all want me to go first? You
Yeah, you
said
can
where
go
does the
first.
self
Yeah, yeah.
hatred where does the self hatred of light skinned women come from? I think it
Yes.
comes from not feeling like you're black enough in the black community. And people try to make it seem like because they say something nice about your hair or your eyes or your skin tone, that's going to take away all the times that they're basically othering you for not being the standard of blackness, which is basically dark skin or deep brown skin with the kinky hair, black features. They think it's going to take that away, but I don't think it does. So I think a lot of light skinned women just try to go really hard for black people, so that
Hmm.
they can fit in. But at the same time, it's just like a cycle because you're not going to change how they feel about you. You are what you are. Somebody looks at you, that's what they see. You can't change that. So I just feel like my problem is when people try to make it seem like mixed or light skinned people kind of like being together or hanging around each other is an anti black thing. Because I just don't like that talking point at all. I feel like they other people enough for them to create their own space and just be around each other just for whatever reason. It don't even have to be talking about race. But I think they just try to make it seem like, everything is about them or against them. And I don't think it is. I think they make you feel like you're not a part of their group. So
But see, you'll
that
have
would be
light
my
skinned
thing.
women. You'll have light skinned women tell you, "Oh, girl, they love me. They welcome me. I'm privileged." It's like, so then it's like it cancels out anything you're saying. Because if a light skinned girl says it, it's basically okay. That's it. Case
But
closed.
the thing is, when they say privilege, like, what do they really
That's
mean
what
by
I've
that?
been saying all along. What is that? And it's
I
like,
don't
what?
think it's. I don't think we have no privilege, but I think we're
I
still
don't
part of the
either.
black group. But I think that yeah, a lot of I noticed this, but maybe it's just this space. But I have noticed it is like a competitiveness and a lack of like camaraderie with light skinned women. Like, do you feel that way,
Oh,
Emancipation?
definitely. Oh, definitely. It's the worst. Out of all races, it's like we're like the only people on this planet. Even Aboriginals have a kinship,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
you know
more of
that's
a
bad.
kinship. Yeah, I
That's
don't
hard.
see us
That's so
supporting each
bad.
other like that.
Yeah, we're like the only group that's fractured. The people that's like, even if you're, let's say, a light skinned black woman, oh, it's horrible. You don't have any allies.
Okay,
And that's why I think
Fluorite
we
is
gotta be
on.
allies with
How you
each
doing,
other. But I
Fluorite?
think, yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead. Oh, Floorlight is on the panel. Hi, Floorlight. How are you doing?
Oh, what's up, bro?
Hey, give me a minute. Let me set my headphones up real quick. One
Okay.
sec.
But yeah, this is a good topic, Brown and Beige. Thank you for inviting me to the panel.
Oh yeah, we was gonna get it set up. I made a promise. I
I want. I wanted to
it
also
took me.
add some input. Anyone else wanted to say anything or?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. I think a lot of the self hate comes in is that most people that I've noticed with light skin, like actual textbook light skin, they're not around things that look like them. You either if in your family, I'm like the only light skinned person in it. Well, technically my father is, but I'm just saying like visually, that's all you see is browner people. And my great grandmother, I seen her for only a few years of my life, and she would be technically what people would say is mixed. But it's other than that, you're kind of surrounded by things that don't even look like you. So I think there's a disconnect there. Not from me though, but I think other people who are light skinned, they're not around things that look like them. They go to school. It's basically you're probably like probably two or three other light skinned folks. At least when I used to go to school. Um, and then that even in the dating world, it's like you're not around things that look like you. You just don't see it. I think it's a numbers game. It's like you're not around things that look like you. You grow up around things. It's like basically you're just kind of existing, and you're not around things that look like you. So then that may develop a sense of dissociation for some people, because if you think about it, when you say you're black and you're looking like Angela Rye, you're like, I'm looking at you. Do you really fit the definition of black, sweetheart? Like, if you truly think about it, if I have beige skin, especially that type of beige skin like hers, and you saying you're
Hmm.
black, I do think it's like when they go extra hard and she goes on these platforms, and it's like you're the type of chick that everybody would talk about. She's the
Yeah,
type of chick, that people will be threatened by, but she's going extra hard, and I'm like, but I think it's probably because she ain't around things that look like her.
And you know
Well,
what though, and the thing is, and I'm glad you said that too, because Angela Rye happens to be where I'm from, the state where I'm living in,
okay,
and so and then I'm like, from the moment there's like, oh, I'm from that she says she's from Seattle, I'm like, oh yeah, I know, because trust me, like I seen the population of certain folks in the Seattle area,
okay. So,
and
and what does that look like?
um,
Is it like you're just the one you just
it's
stand out?
definitely diverse. It's definitely diverse,
Hmm.
and
But
so
things that look like you, do you even see it?
oh, right now.
Well, I mean, when you were growing up and going to school, are you even look at? Do you see? It's like do you see things that look like you that are like males or women or?
Yeah, I do, but it's and believe it or not, it's like they don't really come out like that, like
Mhm,
especially in large numbers. And
mhm,
when they do, it's like, oh hey, that kind
mhm.
of thing.
Okay.
Or and then you get those that are just stuck in their ways, and it's like, all right, like all right then. But
Because I
like
would
I
say
was telling,
Seattle. I would think that even if they're light, they're probably going around, if not dark skinned people, or they're going around white people. It's like two extremes.
oh yeah, that too.
Exactly.
It's like you don't
And
stand a
trust me,
chance.
I see a lot of that going on as well. And then part of me is like, oh well, I guess y'all somewhat is killing racism.
I
However,
guess, but yeah,
but
ignore you though.
yeah, and it is like, all right, I'm in the middle, and I have to somewhat accept that I'm in the middle, because at least I know I can find other people who I know or exactly like me or just maybe a different tone than me. Because again, like I'm in
Or
that
is it close
Shamar
to it?
Moore, I'm in that Shamar Moore Boris Kojo tone, and
You look like
I'll
you
come
lighter than
across someone that may be Steph Curry or Klay Thompson. Hell, my brother.
you look like when I saw you, you look like you were lighter than Boris Kodjoe.
Right, he's lighter than Boris Kojo,
That's
and
what I was gonna
Shamar
say.
Oh
Moore
yeah,
though.
that's wild.
Shamar Moore might tend to be that color though, because I saw pictures of him when he was little, and he looked much lighter. So
Yeah,
sometimes those light skinned stars tan,
Oh
so they can
yeah, of
have like a
course.
tan
Like Will
skin
Smith.
color.
Yeah, Will Smith is one of them because when he was on Fresh Prince, he was light,
yeah,
Right.
and
Yeah,
over
they
time he
tan so they could
bronzed.
be a light brown instead of like a very light yellowish color.
Yeah,
But
because Jada actually used to be lighter.
right, both of them, yeah, they both look like
Yeah,
they spend time tanning a lot, so they
yeah,
can have like a tan skin
yeah. That
color.
California look. I think that yeah, in California they got their thing about tanning. So that's why when people say about them, I'm kind of like, ah, I know. I remember them back in the '90s. They were light.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah.
and,
remember they were light.
and
Yeah.
also, sorry, continue.
Hmm.
No,
I
I
was
was
gonna
just saying
say,
they were light on those old shows.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking because I saw him remember in the live show. I was like, oh no, you're not bronze. You're kind of like textbook like that Chris Brown kind of.
but
Last
you
time I
guys do
saw you.
know that can you guys hear me?
Uh-huh.
Oh
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, you guys do know that both Jada and Will Smith kind of cater to the black community a lot. They pander to the black community a lot, and this is one of the reasons why they darken
Oh,
up their skin complexion.
let me tell you, there
Will
was a video
was
with Jada talking to her mother. You all should, I should find it. And she was explaining, she was like, she was bullied as a kid for being light skinned. I'm gonna have to find that video.
Yeah,
I
Jada's
mean,
kind
there's
of
a lot of stories like that. Go ahead, host.
well, Jada's got that like pretty much like skin tone that kind of switches. Like it'll
Yeah,
go from like summertime she'll be darker, and then like in the
yeah,
wintertime she'll light. It's like that in between, like
yeah. But she was younger though. It was like more like you say, where she light, but she's caramel, but she tan, but she still looking light. And now it's like she's more bronze. But sometimes
right.
I notice like if she's off season, maybe a little the bronze. I don't know. She got what I would call a permatan, where it's kind of like with age, maybe she's because that's a thing too. Because Eric Benet is kind of one of those types. I'd say that kind of happened to him.
And you
Right.
notice that with Jada Pinkett Smith and Will Smith, for example, notice that why was it necessary for Will Smith to sit down in that chair without millions of people watching to watch a light skinned woman basically emasculate potentially a light skinned brother in front of the whole black community, right? A lot of lighter skinned people need to realize this stuff, that this is not just a random coincidence, right? Because there was no reason for Will Smith, who can be representative as a lighter skinned brother, to sit down and have a lighter skinned woman, which is his wife, emasculate his image in front of the whole world.
Oh,
Oh
and
yeah,
answer that
I
question.
don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I think that I don't know. I feel like with her, it's almost like it's a narcissistic thing. That's why I almost see like with her, I don't think she's thinking about the skin tone. I know how you think of we're kind of conscious. We see, hey, that they bullying us. You can't do. I don't even think she's thinking like that. They're in that. She's in her bubble,
Yeah,
and
but
he's in his bubble.
notice. I know you're probably not thinking about it like that, and she
Uh
probably
huh.
might not really think about it like that. Also, you might be right,
Mhm.
but
Mhm.
just the mere fact that she hindered towards that, right?
I hear
Because
you.
she wrote a letter to Tupac,
Tupac.
a dead brother who's a little bit more darker skin complected, right?
Mhm.
Somebody that's already gone, long gone, probably in hell, and basically to mock, her potential husband or lighter skinned brother in front of the whole world, and wrote a letter to a darker skinned man,
Mhm.
But I
right?
mean, what was that, an old letter, or was that something that occurred when she was married to Will Smith? Because I mean, I think they both had relationships with other people before they were married, and it looks like they were having relationships with other people while they were married. I mean,
Oh,
it's not me to speak on nobody's marriage, but I think they had an open marriage, you know?
well, I think
I
to
think
be
he's thinking
fair,
about the image because of him being dark skinned. It's almost like it's giving, hey, she can't get over this black man even in death.
Exactly.
But see, I hear
Exactly.
you. But here's what I'm gonna say. I hear what you're saying. I don't know. I'm thinking with her. I don't know because I know she's like she's older. I don't even think she's thinking like that. That you know how you're thinking how it's gonna affect his. She's probably like I said stuck in her bubble. She's probably not even realizing it.
well, to be
Just like
fair, the
Jaden, we
Smiths
see how Jaden Smith moves around. I would think, shoot, he needs to be looking at his image.
I think the Smiths fall in that Wade family. Honestly, there's just not really a lot of stuff making sense with that
Mm,
family. Honestly, at all.
yeah, yeah, they're in their
Yeah,
own bubble.
but but the thing is, a lot of these rappers and entertainers, we all know that they live creepy and weird lives. I mean, I'm not taking that away from Will Smith. Will Smith
Hmm.
is suspicious himself, right? But other rappers and other entertainers also have open relationships and open marriages. I mean, they hide it a lot. A lot of these celebrities are into these kind of things, right? But Will Smith was the one who was a big time A class
Hmm.
actor, right? That they put in the forefront to basically destroy the image of this really great actor. I mean, if we want to be honest, in front of the whole world with a too lighter skinned person potentially, right?
Hmm.
That where she have this letter that she's written to this dead brother who's a little bit more darker skin complexion than Will Smith. That can it might not seem like much, but that definitely has a damage impact on a lot of lighter skinned couples relationship per se. Maybe if people are looking deeply into this stuff, it definitely can have an impact a little bit.
And you know who else I can add to that list? Kiki Palmer.
Yep.
Oh, with that guy, almost like
And,
what
you-
she imagined.
and you know what's funny was that they gave him so much hell because he was basically, basically pointing out the obvious. And when you're an MLS man pointing out the obvious, and then you got the other side that's like Brown and Bay said, going against the grain, they'll make you feel, like you're, oh, you're hating or you're just mad because of she has all the freedom and you just have to stay at home. And I'm like, well, technically he's doing what it as a father's supposed to do, take care of their kids. Meanwhile, you got your wife out there on stage twerking in front of Usher, and Usher got some skeletons in his closet.
Oh, but you know what?
So,
Someone mentioned about Alicia Keys. Some people thought they got mad at Alicia Keys. I heard. I think some light skinned dude got mad because it was someone had a channel saying about Alicia Keys doing that. I forgot what channel that was, but someone got mad
Yeah,
at
they
Alicia
claim that
Keys.
she likes other women. They were claiming that.
I used to
That's
think
what I
that.
saw.
I don't know. She always had that butchy look to me, honestly.
Well, I had met her too. She was cool.
But I think that was just a lot of New York culture too, honestly.
Yeah, because I sure thought that she swung. I was like, oh yeah, she's a total bull dyke.
oh
Oh
wow.
wow!
I did, but it was like she was likable because she had that homegirl like, hey, what's up? What you doing?
Right.
It was like always endearing. But yeah, when she got with Swiss, it was like, she's still with them. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
And,
my
and,
gaydar must be off because I never read her for gay, but I guess now that people are saying it, I heard that and I was like, really? But I think they're all, a lot of those stars, you just don't know what they're into, like,
I probably would believe that she probably messed around with some. I probably would not. I probably say, maybe she on the bias side. I don't know, but
right, right, right. Yeah, probably.
Well, a lot of those celebrities are into that.
yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
they
uh,
into all kinds of stuff, right?
yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. Just to get back on topic a little bit, we
Uh-huh.
sisters and brothers were talking about where it comes to like lighter skinned women, like what the title says. where the I believe I can't really see the title, but I think it's something about light skinned women
Where
hatred or
does the
something like
self hatred from light skinned women start?
that. Yeah. I mean, the thing the black community likes to use keywords to kind of like fuzzle up with the lighter skinned people's mind a little bit, and I think a lot of women, lighter skinned women, are affected by it a lot, right? When they bring up certain things, like for example, that the lighter skinned slaves were in the house. I'm not pretty sure you guys have heard this many times.
Mm-hmm.
Too many
Um,
times.
Yes, my
she
whole
said
life.
yes real
I've heard it my whole life. Continue.
Yeah, all my
fast.
life I have to fight. What else is new?
Right.
Right. Right, absolutely. The Willie Lynch letter, which is you guys probably already know this, is it's actually made up. It's a lie. The Willie Lynch letter is a lie. But even when they find out that the Willie Lynch letter is actually made up, it's all a lie. What they would actually say, or what they will actually say is that it still matters though because it's still happening today. Wait a minute, you just skip past the fact that I just pointed out that the Willie Lynch letter is a lie, right? And the thing is, they keep saying that lighter skinned women are privileged, and obviously, lighter skinned women are trying to fight against this idea of them being privileged. Okay, I'm privileged. What do you need me to do as a lighter skinned woman to make sure that you guys are above us, right? That I don't show my privilege to
Yeah,
you guys.
above people. Yes, please. Can you tell me so I could be above you? I'm gonna talk to you like
Right.
crap. I'm gonna talk to you like crap, but could you please help me be above you? And then these stupid light skinned chicks are doing it.
Yeah, and
Stupid.
it's
So
unfortunate. I see it
dumb.
all the time. I see it all the time and a lot of them. I've spoken to a lighter skinned chick where she was saying that I was on TikTok. I was speaking to this lighter skinned girl, and she was against interracial relationship. About with the darker skinned brothers
Wow.
getting with white women, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I was like, okay, what kind of a man you're into? She said she's into the dark skin complected man. So I
Mm-hmm.
said, ma'am, do you do understand that by you saying you're going for going for this brother who's a darker skin complected brother, and you don't like the lighter skin complected brother, you are essentially doing the same thing that the dark skinned brothers are doing by getting these white women that you're saying that they should not be getting. So it's like
Mm-hmm.
a lot of lighter skinned girls don't see their hypocrisy.
Yeah.
Do you lighter skinned girls on the panel believe that you're privileged?
Hell no.
No, I don't believe in light skin privilege.
That's
Yeah,
like
I
asking
think
a light skinned man being privileged. You're not. You can't even do. You can't
Any
even
light
move
skinned
around.
man
You can't even move
that
around in the black
believe that
community.
light skinned men are privileged, unsubscribe from my channel.
I seen a dark skinned woman have a channel, and she said, "Well, not only they're light skinned, but they're men, so they get double privilege." I remember it was a lot of dark women on that. I don't know who did it, but yeah.
No, but the question you need to ask them when they say that lighter skinned girls are privileged or lighter skinned people, but they mostly base this mostly on lighter skinned girls. Lighter skinned girls are
Mhm.
getting attacked left and right on social media. You guys have no idea.
Yeah,
You guys are
no,
getting
they dragging us through the mud, and these girls are still out here with a cape on,
I
talking
know.
about
I know it.
black this and black that, and they will never defend another light skinned woman. That's what I
No,
noticed. Light
no.
skinned women will never stand together and defend each other. They'll always run behind somebody else and make sure that other light skinned women get beat up. Light skinned
and
people always get trashed. That's what I've been observing. Because I
I've
had to
seen it
I
too.
step
know.
back in this space and say, what is going on? Because I see a lot of people bashing other women. Now, I may not agree with this woman or that woman, but that don't mean I'm going to bash her on social media. But I see a lot of people participating in it. They love it. They love beating up on light skinned women. The women, they get all in it as well. They want to throw their hits and licks on each other. And I
Yep.
just find it shocking that we don't have any type of camaraderie or community with each other. That's why I'm glad I'm on the panel with you, Emancipation, so
Uh,
that I can clear some things up, because I don't have any beef with any of these women. But a lot of these women, they don't see it, that some of this stuff they're doing maybe isn't in their best interests. I know
oh, I
people
hear
say it's
you.
for entertainment, but it's not funny, I
Oh,
don't find it
yeah.
funny. So I'm not
Are you talking
entertained by
about?
it in
Oh,
the least.
yeah. Are you saying
Right.
like light skinned black women where you probably be like, oh, they get on my nerves? Because they get on my nerves now.
I'm always going to be forgiving. I'm
I
always going
try
to be
to.
forgiving to light skinned black women. I think a lot of us, like people are saying, why are we so, why is there so much self hate? But it starts with, being in the black community. Like
Yep.
you can't separate from that. It's very difficult to separate from that because anytime you try to separate, they're going to shame you. Oh, you think you're better? Y'all trying to get away? Y'all trying to do this? Y'all trying to do that? But like if you're in those spaces, they're always going to bash you. It's always going to be all about your privilege.
Right.
They're going to
Well,
mock
well,
you.
the question you need to ask them is, when will this privilege end? Right? How long will this privilege that lighter skinned women have? And it always goes back towards their number one enemy, right? The quote unquote white man. So they're basically saying because the white man is in power, that basically they got to wipe out the white man essentially, right? Because they are for a white skin tone, and because you guys have a skin complexion that's of a light skin tone, that they're the reason why you guys are in power. But then but that's the trickery, right? Because even if you get rid of the quote unquote white man, right, just based on the fact that you guys are a lighter skin complexion, you guys are still going to quote unquote be called having privilege. So it will never go away. This quote unquote privilege you guys have will never go away. Matter of fact, if
Hello,
you guys,
oh, I'm
yes, go
sorry.
ahead.
Oh, go
Yeah,
ahead.
matter of fact, if you guys actually achieve something, and I've seen this many times where a lot of darker skinned black women are saying, well, she achieved that because she's lighter skin complected. But if a dark skinned black woman achieves something, what they will say, she's Mother Earth, she's the queen of Mother Earth, this is why she achieved this stuff, she's goddess, she's all that stuff. But if a lighter skinned girl achieves something, all of a sudden you guys are privileged. That's the reason why you guys achieve something. So even
Oh,
your
wait.
achievements are going to be based on your skin complexion. Go ahead.
Hold
Hmm.
on, Far
Oh,
Light.
oh yeah, they're doing
And you know
that.
what?
Oh yeah, they love doing that.
And you know what? To piggyback off that point, somebody had asked me like my take. I think you even see that with somebody like Ice Spice with her. What's her name? Cleo Trapper. The same thing with her. Like
Mhm.
Ice Spice. To me, Ice Spice isn't really doing anything that any of the other rappers, like female rappers of today, aren't doing.
Well, you know
But
what?
I
With
feel like
her,
they mad at her. They mad at her because she's light skinned, but she got that body. And they can't do nothing about it. I feel like they mad at her for having that body type because they feel like that's their body type or something like that.
Oh
And
wow.
I mean,
yeah.
that's my perception of it because I'm like, I don't know why they're all over her like that. And they feel
I'm
like
gonna be
that
honest
type
with you. I
of
saw her tweet.
what happened?
I said I saw a tweet, but nobody notices. She had a tweet talking about she I don't know. She said she hate light skinned girls or she didn't like light skinned girls. I remember she had a tweet
really?
on Twitter.
Oh well, she's
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Wow.
That's why I don't have any empathy for her. I'm gonna try to find it. I'm gonna find
How
it
long?
and then
You know how
highlight it.
long ago
So
was
all
this
these news
tweet?
articles, it was a long time ago,
Wow.
probably.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to see,
Yeah, I don't
but
really follow any of her accounts, but I do notice that she does have a hate train, you know. It kind of reminds me of Cardi B. Not that I'm a fan of Cardi B, but I remember when she came out, she had a huge hate train as well, attacking her. I think it has to do. I felt it had to do with her being lighter skinned. That's just me. I think maybe if she was darker, maybe things would have been different for her because I do think it was a lot of people constantly talking about Cardi B. And I know she's a little bit raunchy, but there's raunchy singers that are in every group. So I don't see why she got so much launched to her, you know?
well. To be fair, there's a lot of them that are raunchy. Honest. Just look at Sexy Red.
Yeah, Sexy Red is raunchy. And I mean, they come after her a little bit in Sukihana, but I think they came for Cardi B extra and Ice Spice. It just seems constant, you know? Um, Cause what's that lady's name? Iggy Azalea. Like, do they really
Oh,
come
oh
for her
yeah.
like that?
I've never. They really don't even talk about her, to be honest.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't feel like they bother
they
those
did.
type of women.
They did. And the only
Oh, they
person
do.
really at that time was coming to her defense was Ti. And
Mhm.
I'm like, hey Ti, bruh, from one MLS man to another, you know that you're gonna be under. And again, I'm just saying this because, again, MLS mid representation. But see, here's the thing: you gonna get some heavy pushback, and someone are gonna remember because of the fact that Iggy Azalea, yes, can she rap? Yes, but will I put her as a top MC? No, probably not. But here's the thing: there, again, because no matter what we say on here, they're gonna look at it with a magnifying glass. As a matter of fact, like even what's my man's name? Light Skin History, where he had a video where it was this girl. I think she was recording on TikTok. She said, I know the difference between the biracial men, but let's look at the light skinned man. No, look at how they question where they was brought up. Or I'm like, would you just shut up
Mhm.
for a second?
Right.
Because I'm so sick of these people coming in, wanting to question us, and even though they put their, selves out there on the public airways, but yet want to decide how people react. Like hell, you say.
You know the reason why, brother? The reason why is because they always put lighter skinned people in a box, right? They always say every lighter skinned man act a certain way and every lighter skinned women act a certain way, right? And you guys need to, I think lighter skinned people have the perfect opportunity to separate themselves from the black community because the black community is already separating you guys. They already
Right.
associated traits to you guys, right? Go ahead, sis.
No, I was saying right. That's exactly correct.
Yeah, they already put these traits on lighter skinned people. But the thing is, when lighter skinned people start speaking up, all of a sudden you guys are black again. All of a sudden you guys are part of the black community. They do this all the time, right? And it's just going to continue happening, right? And and this is what you guys need to stop being crash dummies for the black community because that's what they use the lighter skinned man as and the lighter skinned women as pass arounds. This has been going on for a very long time. I remember in high school when they the heads in high school, one of their favorite targets were Spanish girls or lighter skinned complected black girls, right? But to that message, the lighter skinned black man is literally have been the target in the black community, right? And lighter skinned women need to realize that this can be their potential sons. And this is what I teach on my channel, where a lot of these women don't understand. You're fighting for a community that's attacking your sons. And for the lighter skinned men, you're fighting for a community that's turning your daughters, your lighter skinned sisters, into harlots. And you guys just keep falling into this ditch. And it's time for lighter skinned people to wake up. You know what I mean?
And you know what? To piggyback off what you said, a lot of like a lot of those unions usually produce light skinned sons. So it's like you look at it and it's like, what are these sons dealing with behind closed doors? Like, this is stuff that we need to start talking about.
Right, a dark
And that's
skinned
what
father.
somewhat.
I was gonna say that
Yeah, dark skinned father and a light skinned son. Like that dynamic. Hmm.
And what I was
I
gonna
think.
say is that
I was
where
just
Go
gonna
I
ahead.
say
come.
that I was gonna say that I think sensitivity. I think because on both ends, because we don't know like who's raising who. It could be on one side, we don't know which parent is pushing the narrative. Because I see now the dark skinned women seem like they want to push narratives on children. And it may not just be but a dark skinned man, or it could be maybe a light skinned person, maybe trying to blackify the light skinned child too. Like if they have a light parent but they probably are super pro black, they're pushing their narrative
Hmm.
too. Almost their kind, they can sometimes teach that child to be blacker.
Well,
And I
well,
think also.
I actually
Sorry,
spoken to a sister. Sorry, brother. I actually spoken to a sister. I can show you guys a comment right now from a lighter skinned sister. that said she doesn't want to date brown skin guys or lighter skin brothers. She said she wants to get the dark
Okay.
skin complected brothers because she said she wants her child to be darker skin complected because she don't like her skin complexion. I can literally pull that up right now. Where this lighter skinned girl said
Mm.
that, right? She was on a
Mhm.
Kendra G show. But I've seen this a lot from a lot of the lighter skinned sisters. And it's like, where did lighter skinned sisters get to this point? When does this start happening? Because I've
Well,
spoken to
so
other
I was
lighter
gonna
skinned
say, well,
sisters.
it's sad, but what about
You
there's
know
some
what
light
I
skinned
think?
dudes that
You
feel
know
the
what
same
I
way
think?
too, though.
I was gonna say, I've heard people crying about how, black people are being, I don't want to see the genocide word or whatever, but like they're basically trying to say that that's what's happening. So I feel like they play that a lot, like we're, oh my God, we're just losing so many numbers. There's going to be no more of us in another 20 years. Oh my
Exactly.
goodness, we're all,
Yeah.
we're getting erased. They do all of that. And I feel like it's
Yeah.
nonsense
Yeah.
because, yeah,
I
like
think you're getting
Africa
it
has,
somewhere. They
yeah, it's
basically
like,
produce more blacker people, basically. That's what it basically, yeah, in a nutshell, I think
that's
that's
what
what
it's
that is
about.
too.
Yeah, they're going to produce dark, they want to make it seem like, dark skinned people are fading away or evaporating and
Yep.
light skinned people need to help them. But it's kind of like a
Hmm.
gimmick to me because
Yeah.
they're
What's
not,
your name,
they're the
sis?
majority.
What's your name? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm Future is Golden.
All right, Golden, you're absolutely right. But most of this argument that's talking about how they want the skin complexion to be darker is mostly coming from the black women, because it was the black men, especially back in the days. I remember when they were saying they were going for these white women so that they can wipe out the white race. This is what these black men, they're still saying that on TikTok, right? Where they get in with these white women and saying, aha, white man, we're going to wipe you all out in this amount of years. The white race is going to be wiped out. They were saying this all the time on, in the black community. But now it's switched up. Now it's, we're getting wiped out. The black race is getting wiped out. But I mostly see this from the black women, right? I mostly see this from the black women, to the point where you see a lot of these black women on these dating shows like Kendra G, Pop the Bulu, and etc. And they would see a lighter skin complected brother standing in that line, and they would say to that lighter skin complected brother, "I don't like you because you're light skinned."
Right. Yeah, Pop the
And a lot
Balloon.
of those
They
women look
love
like they're
that on doing that
biracial.
on Pop the Balloon.
No, I
And
actually
those
had
women
a
are biracial. Let's just start a line. Those women, a lot of those light skinned women who are saying they're biracial. They're not even black. They're not even light skinned black women.
And you also have to ask biracial from where too, 'cause, now they want to make everybody biracial. That's one of my
Hmm.
pet peeves, and they can be
Well,
from the
that's true.
Caribbean,
Yeah,
and that
that's
they
another
might
thing. They
have
could be
different
Caribbean.
views over
Yep,
here. Yeah,
exactly.
because in
Where
the
it may not
United
be
States we
American.
feel
Yep,
different. Yeah, it's
yep.
not the same group of
And then
people. We don't have the same values or
right,
cultural
or
thoughts.
the
Mhm.
right, and then the light skinned black woman is like, I'm looking at all of y'all like, bitch, I'm not y'all. Why y'all? It's like almost like we're being lumped in with them. Like we all thinking like that, and a lot of the people I do see, I noticed on Pop the Balloon that a lot of those women look heavily mixed who are saying it.
I had
Yeah.
saved a video where I w- I don't know if they deleted it, but yeah, there was a video where the lady had said, "Oh yeah, I'm not dating your light
But the
skin as
darker women
well."
doing it too. The darker women say it to the light
Yep,
skinned dudes too.
yep.
So
Now that I
I'm just
find
saying. Now
hilarious.
I even look at that and I'm thinking, well, why is it that they can freely say that, but then if black men or other men say it on the other way
Don't
around,
let
all of a
us
sudden
say
they're
that
wrong,
though.
right?
Mhm.
Hell, I'll say it. Fuck them. And I was like,
Mhm.
I'm
It
like,
was
shoot, yeah,
one light
y'all
skinned dude that,
want to troll,
yeah.
they control your boy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because
But
I'm
what
looking
I
at
was
it the
also
same way.
gonna
I'm like,
say too,
uh-huh.
yeah, well, I was gonna say, going back to the previous point before, um, regarding how they're, being brought up. I think a lot of us, tend to think that we have to function as other people, like function as their parents and people around them. I'm like, no, you can't. Hell, I would never function as my parents because I'm not them. I'm me. Um, I mean, yeah, you can pretty much, still and keep the morals and the values and principles that you were, that you were taught, but at the same time, will you ever, again, function in the world as your parents? Hell no.
But it's
Well,
like
they
they
grew up
transition
during
us as
different
a
times.
parent.
They grew up during different times, like maybe during the civil rights era, the 60s and the 70s, the 80s. They grew up during different times where, all of this stuff regarding being like pro-black or pan-African, this was great back then. They needed that. But like now, everything has changed
Yep.
and it's
Yep.
being used against people who are lighter skinned.
Thank you.
Back
Oh,
then they were
that's,
embracing them. They were welcoming them. Now they're bashing them and trying
Now
to get
we
you
have
to do
full
everything for
fledged
them.
emasculation going on.
Yep. But they use certain things, if you guys understand. Some of the things they say, like the Willie Lynch letter, they talk about the brown paper bag, which I'm going to break down in one of my videos. All of these things that they use is to humble light skinned people. Oh, you're getting out of hand. You're getting out of hand, light skinned person. Come back, come back, come back. Come on, be my attack dog. All right, be my footstool for a little bit. All right, good boy. It's a
Right.
humbling tactics they use on lighter skinned people to basically get you guys to be used by them. And this is why they have that homo guy, right, that actually went out and said he got attacked by Trump supporters and stuff like that, which was all a hoax, right? They've gotten lighter skinned people to fight their battle, right, to the point of literally go risking their freedom, right,
And
to
their
the point where
lives, and their lives.
thank you, yep, absolutely,
You're
absolutely. And the
literally
thing is,
dying just to prove
yep,
it.
Yeah, we've become the sacrificial
And that's
lamb.
not even
So,
enough.
mhm.
Yeah, it's like I feel like I guess I would have to be a modern day Joan of Arc, and even in my death, I'm gonna be disrespected. You know what I mean? That's how I'm
No,
looking
they
at it.
will. Yeah, they
For
will
real?
disrespect because it's why? Because light skinned
They're
women
doing that
too.
to
And I
Rosa.
know.
Yeah,
Now
There's
go
even
ahead.
they're doing that. They're doing that to Rosa Parks right now. I've seen several of them talking about her. Or I know Monique was talking about Claudette Colvin. I'm like, bitch. I'm like, okay, so she puts her life on the line because let's not act like she could have gotten her head beaten or anything. They worried about is the optics. It's like, okay, so you're not happy that your ass could sit on front of the bus at
Right.
all. That
I've
maybe
even
maybe it
seen
was a
some people.
necessary evil. Maybe it was a necessary evil that basically she's a sacrifice. If you think about it, that she's putting her life on line just so everybody of all colors could sit in front of the bus. But they're not gonna think of it like that.
Well, the problem is that Rosa Parks was a civil rights. She became a civil rights activist. These other people were not activists. They simply refused to sit in the
Oh
back of the
yeah,
bus. And
yeah,
Claudette
yeah,
Colvin wasn't the
exactly.
only one. So
Right.
Claudette Colvin is just part of their narrative where they want to bash like light skinned people in history, of Black history, and then try to make it seem like we've been trying to steal those first spots when I don't think
Yeah,
that's how
like
it
when
was.
exactly. So basically, if she was already in the system trying to help the fight. You gonna get mad at her because some 15-year-old girl couldn't sit in front of. She probably wasn't even the first person that it even happened to. I'm sure it happened to several black girls. I'm sure she wasn't the only one. But all she had to do is exist and try to ride the bus. Whereas Rose is doing hard work, basically putting
Right.
her
She's creating the
identity
press
on the line.
releases. Yeah, she's creating the press releases and meeting with, the preachers and the pastors and the city council and stuff
Yeah.
like that. So she can talk about
So they don't have to
how
fight. So
we need
basically,
to
if you think
create
about it,
change.
yeah, right. So all they have to do is exist and do dance in Motown and everything, while we got to sit back and do all this hard work. Get that bitch? They get to have fun and kick up their heels and have a good time and do the
Uh,
twist. But we supposed to
hold
be
on,
sitting over
every
here being a maid. It sounds like we slaves now.
is
Right.
our
We're supposed to
frame
fight for their rights.
frame. Are you still there?
Right. Oh, I'm not friend. I'm emancipation. But yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Still around.
So, did you have any questions for like any of the panel members? I know you haven't really said anything in a while.
I was just listening mostly, But
I just
I'm
think that
sorry,
from
what's your name again?
who
frame.
Frank?
Frank.
No, my username is Frame, FARAME.
Oh, FARAME.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why. That's like just use my light skin so y'all can sit in front of the bus. Okay, and
Right.
thank
I
you. I got what
mean,
I needed. Now I don't need you no more. That's basically what it is.
Bingo,
It's so
Bear.
messed
That's
up
it.
because light skin girls don't get it. I got what I wanted. Bye, bitch.
yeah, I don't think they should try to tamper with Black history by trying to remove every light skinned person that made any kind of invention or civil rights move,
Yeah.
like whatever. They're messing with fire because they want to dig it up and make
Well,
it so it's all dark skinned people. But like then when you say, okay, well, I want to delineate, because remember, that's when the beef started with me and the people who were saying they were light skinned. We were talking about, delineating and creating like a separate census category or something like that. And they
Mm.
were saying, well, if there was a separate category, I don't want to be in it. I'm just going to check Black. So I was like, well, I mean, like, why are you guys here? If you really don't want
mhm.
to make things like a reality, if you don't really want change, then it's just like we're just talking, and I don't mind talking to people, but to me it was about making change. So
Yeah.
yeah, I noticed that some of them tried to say, oh, we're not really mixed, I really think of myself as light skinned. And I was like, well, that's great, but the purpose of the space is to try to delineate. And looking back, the people who happen to say that were light skinned, but like honestly, there's more than light skinned people saying that. There's biracial people who don't want to delineate. There's MGMs who don't want to delineate, and there's light skins who don't want to delineate. So it's not just one group. You know what I'm saying? It's different types of people. For whatever reason, they don't feel that they want that type of separation.
But see, here's a huge one that if it's like a light skinned black person, how can we dissociate from blackness? How do we do that? Is that even a thing to do?
It's possible. You know why? Because darker skinned people started it. They started the
Right.
separation. It wasn't
But
lighter
then,
skinned people. Go ahead.
so then where do we go? Where do we go?
I
That's
mean,
the thing.
I
Where do
mean,
we go?
perfect example, right? I have a business where I travel a lot, and I work a lot of times with the Amish people, and even though the Amish people is off like they're white, like white people, they still have their own category in a sense,
Hmm.
right? So I
Hmm.
think if a lot of lighter skinned people, if you guys, first of all, the internet is very big. It's news spread very rapidly on the internet. I think that's one of the best tool that lighter skinned people have is the internet. Um, and I think if you guys start out small, and matter of fact, I see it happening right now. I see channels after channels being created by surprisingly a lot of lighter skinned women that's coming out like, yeah, I want light skinned man. I'm seeing a lot of lighter skinned sisters coming out saying that stuff, creating channels and stuff like that. So I think it has to start like that, and then it can probably push into some kind of organization. But it definitely can happen. Absolutely, definitely can happen. Because I mean, the damages that are being done to lighter skinned people in the black community, it's to a point where they will never accept lighter skinned people, right?
Mm.
It, the thing is, lighter skinned men were being pushed out before lighter skinned women, but it's inevitable. It's going to come to a point where a lot of the darker skinned women that's teaching their darker skinned son and the darker skinned kids that listen, don't associate yourself with these lighter skinned women, because I think black women have a strong hatred towards white women, and I think because of that strong hatred towards white women is going to go towards the lighter skinned sisters. Absolutely,
Oh, well, I
and I see
believe
it
that.
every day.
I believe
Yeah,
that.
I mean, I think I live that. Yeah, they really don't like they really don't like light skinned women like that. Even
Or they'll
you
prefer the
don't
white
like it.
woman sometimes over the light skinned black, but they'll prefer them or even over us a lot of times
I've
Mm.
seen that
at a
too.
job.
Yeah, I've definitely had that experience. I feel like they
Hmm.
don't have no problem with Latinos, but they
Yep.
have a problem with lighter skinned black people or mixed black
That's
people.
crazy. That is so
Mhm.
crazy. I don't get that. Like, how am I more of a threat than somebody who's like closer to it, like a Latina woman? I don't get that. So I'm a
I think
threat,
it's genetic.
but
I
she's
feel
not.
like it's genetic.
It's genetic jealousy. I don't know, but then how you gonna be genetically? Some would say, well, when are you more? Almost like it's almost like they revered the other person because they're more closer to it. I don't know what that's about. It's weird.
I
Yeah,
just
and
think there must be a history of there's a
yeah,
history of something because they don't like us. So that's all I know.
I said it's
I
like the
don't know why,
Jews.
but they
They're like
are
the Jews, I guess.
yeah,
something.
because if lighter skinned people remain in the black community, they're gonna want to put you guys at a second place or last place. They never want you guys to be on top. Absolutely not, because they want to continuously be the gatekeepers of the black community. I mean, they damn near turned Nat Turner into a dark skinned man, even though Nat Turner is
Oh,
mulatto.
I
They
saw
damn
that.
near made what's his name, Malcolm X of a darker skinned brother. I mean, they're gonna continue doing that stuff. Someone wants to talk? I heard
But
somebody
see,
just now.
Oh,
but
that
see,
that
this is
was
why I
me,
say
man.
this is
I
what
was like
lighter
No, go ahead,
light
brother.
skin
Go
do.
ahead, brother.
See,
the term for that is they love blackwashing or whitewashing our our historical figures, or as well as our history in general. And
hmm
and the same thing, and again, in a way, if not necessarily blackwash it or whitewash it, like hell, you'll have people that will hate on Steph Curry, not because of his talent, but because of what he looks
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
and try to compare his experiences to, let's say, LeBron James. I'm like, you already should know that Steph Curry did have a family structure, and his dad played basketball in comparisons to LeBron, who grew up in a single parent household and pretty much had to earn his way. That's the it's the BC's way of coming up.
Or
And
you can
because
say
Steph Curry,
Kobe Bryant had two parents too, so they forgetting about that.
yeah, but see, here's the thing too. But even Kobe has said some things right before he passed,
Oh,
and you can go ahead and look this up. But even though
yeah.
he got with a Mexican woman and had black skin children, um,
Kobe said
it's
some eyebrow raising things too.
and so it was and there was a dude that was doing a video on this saying how they make it harder on themselves than anybody else could, and also another and oh, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah.
No, brother. No, I'm sorry. I stopped you. Go ahead.
And also too, and going back to the rap conversation, like when you look at a Method Man and you look at Redman, it's obvious that they're not the darkest dudes walking around, or better yet, even Joe Buttons. But
Yeah,
hmm
but then again, like it got so bad when Meth was in Wu Tang that he was seriously thinking about getting away from them and going solo. And then it was Biggie that actually talked to him, hey, yo, man, like, you know why they doing this? Because they they see you as the guy. The other guys are not that guy. And
hmm
so, I mean, they can rap, but they look at you as the most standoutish because you got talent and you could blow up heavily. And that was one of the reasons why I think he teamed up with Redman. And they still been a duo ever since. And I was like, hey, cool. Method Man and Redman. Now,
Yeah, I
some people
like
may
them.
say, yeah. It was
I
like,
don't
oh,
remember
well,
that little movie they had together.
oh, how high?
I think so. Yeah, they were like a Cheech. What's that dude?
Cheech and Chong.
Yeah, to me they were kind of the comedy dude, kind of like that. Yeah,
And my thing is too, like I remember who was it? Ray Dong Chong.
yeah.
Uh she got a lot of flack for some comments that she
Oh
made
yeah.
about Oprah Winfrey. And I'm
Oh, I
like, well,
remember that.
and I was like, well, here's the thing. Um, Oprah ain't the most moral compass, figure in the world either, believe it or not. So she gotta get called out on her bullshit just as well as everybody else.
It was interesting how she was coming for her. She was talking to her like, "Oh yeah, almost like, ooh, if I was Oprah, I'd feel bad because you know how it's like when someone knows you before you become who you are." The way she was
Yeah.
talking about her, like I was like, I know that cut. But
Well,
see,
what
if
do
you're
you
light
feel
skinned
that
woman, you can't.
also?
It's almost like you can't go there with a dark skinned one. See, that's what they didn't like.
Right. Yep. I think that's where it stems from. That's where
Because the way
I
she was
think
talking
that's
about
where it
her, it was
stems from, just
condescending.
like
But
all these
yeah,
other things stems from. I mean,
yeah,
hell, you still got Chris Brown that's still, people want to relive his not so good past, and he was 17, but people still feel the need to bring that up. And it's like, dude, he was 17. Sure, we all did things when we were 17 that we're not so proud of, but
Heck, I seen people defending P Diddy more than.
exactly. Exactly. So I'm like, we
He should be
we
getting
know where that
nosy.
stems from too.
Nobody should be defending him.
Who, P.
But what's
Diddy?
what's that, Brown?
Oh, trust me, he's
You said
got
no one should be defending P. Diddy?
not at all. And trust me, there's probably hundreds of more people
I've,
that.
I've seen it. I see darkest and blacks are. I mean, Dr. Umar Johnson came out defending it. I mean, and as more evidence start coming out, they're talking about they have videos of him. Jeez, I don't want to say, but him doing it with a minor. They're trying to say that it's probably Justin Bieber when he was. I mean, just sick stuff, right? And more. The
I guess
thing
that's
is,
what happens when you get black men money
right?
when they're dark. Is this what they do?
Uh oh. Uh oh.
I
She
know
said
where
it.
I could go there. I could
She
go
said
there.
it.
That's why I said they take me off YouTube. They weren't ready for me because I see how it is. That's probably why they don't want to give black folks that much power. Look at what they do with it.
Oh, you
Yeah.
know what? This is an interesting comment. So after all the Kendrick Lamar said about Drake, he's at the Super Bowl after calling Drake
Hmm.
a colonizer. See what I would be
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
Well, because they
Right. I
co-sign
don't
it.
like.
The white people co-sign it.
Yeah, I saw a lot of
I'm
white
almost thinking that
people.
they co-sign it.
Yeah, rubbing their hands together, very happy to see some type of downfall of Drake. And I was very
Yeah.
concerned because I'm like, all of these people been dancing to this man's music for 10 years. And now all of a sudden they want to
Right.
go off some rap line that Kendrick Lamar said, knowing good and well, that they don't know if it's true or not, but they need it to be true. They need there to be something wrong with Drake because none of these people
They
can reach
threatened
this
by
level.
him.
Yeah,
Some of them
none
are
of these
threatened.
people
Even
reach
some white
that
men,
level.
unfortunately, are threatened by him. Yeah.
Of course. Yeah, because they can't do what he did. Neither
I
the
think that
black
some
man
of them
nor
are
the white
threatened by
man.
Chris Brown because they know that their white daughters like him too.
Right. And neither one of them can do what is doing, the white
Hell no.
or the black. That's right.
And I
So
and
they
I
just
still
be
I
hating.
still it was still his talent wise. I'm like, yo, Chris is the man. He
Right.
is the man. That's
He's
where it's
talented.
like the
But
talent, our talent,
yeah.
creativity
Mhm.
is definitely superb. Because again, a lot of the stuff that we have, we have a role in that, a huge role.
Oh yeah.
But I think at this point, since I think lighter skin, I really believe lighter skin complected people. I mean, I don't even like to use the term lighter skin, because when you use the term light skin, it's almost like you're still associating yourself with the black community. So I usually say light people. And I think you guys are in the best position because you guys can see both sides, right? You guys can see the white side, and you can see the dark skin side, and see what they're doing wrong on both sides, right? And actually just bring the good part of it with you guys and create your own community. Because I think the reason why they call lighter skinned people, quote unquote, soft and etc. and stuff like that, is because a lot of light skinned people are actually decent people, right?
Mhm.
It's just a fact, right? Even Tommy Sotomayor said Tommy Sotomayor has been bringing on this lighter skinned brother on his show, but he's a Hebrew Israelite. But Tommy Sotomayor said he gets along better with lighter skinned people than darker skinned people, right? And Tommy Sotomayor is a little more honest than even though he's kind of like, I don't really believe everything that he says, but that's the thing. A lot of lighter skinned people are actually decent people, but they've taught you guys to actually down your skin complexion. Matter of fact, lighter skinned people are supposed to say the blacker the berry, the cherry, the blacker you are, the better. The darker you are, the better. I've heard this all the time. But if a lighter skinned
Yeah.
person say that they love their light skin complexion, all of a sudden you guys are colorist.
Right.
Oh yeah, they want to have
But
their
see, I
cake
believe that
and
people
also move
believe
the
it.
goalposts.
Right.
Yeah, I believe that black people understand it. They almost deep down, I think, understand that they see that black lighter people tend to be loving people. But they don't want to admit to that. They
Uh-oh.
just can't admit that.
No, because
So
they want
It's
us to
like
keep.
I don't
They
know if
want
it's
to keep
evolution.
using
I don't
us.
know what it is. Is it
and
I
DNA?
again, so
Is
just
it
when we have
noticed
evolution? I
that.
spaces
don't know
like
what it
this,
is.
I
so
just
again, when we have
noticed that
spaces like this,
they're always using us for those
Mm-hmm.
qualities. Like you're saying, we tend to be very
Yep.
loving and caring and giving. And if you notice, like, are they that way with you though? Loving and caring
Nope.
and giving. Right.
Nope.
So it's kind of like they relying on you to be that way, and that's why they always making it
It's
so that,
sadomasochism. It's
they say what?
sadomasochism in its finest.
Oh, I see. That's like
At this
self-defeating
point, it's
sadomasochism.
sadomasochism. Yeah, literally at this point, I'm saying like when you see all these dark skinned women dogging you out, and you just running behind them like a dog, trying to prove yourself.
So Jace B wants, so how do we organize light skin with MLS? That's an interesting question.
Yeah, that is one interesting because
I
we
mean,
probably have to
the
have
conversation.
organizations.
I mean, we need to have the conversation first, right? Like the conversation that you guys are having right now amongst yourself and stuff like that about light skinned people. And you know what's crazy? Like look at this beautiful light skinned sister that the brother just posted up. I've seen beautiful light skinned girls who want to create this movement, who want to organize something to with the lighter skinned brothers and the lighter skinned sisters. And I believe it can happen. It's not gonna be real quick, but I think the conversation we're having right now is actually part of this organization or this part of uniting, if you want to call it that. Because I'm happy to see, because I've been watching Brown and Beige YouTube channel for a while. Shout out to you, brother. Thank you for bringing me up. Um,
Oh,
but
no problem, man.
yeah, but this the conversation. And light skinned people need to have more conversation like this. And here's what you guys need to not have. You guys need to not have fear, because I've seen a lot of lighter skinned people, because they've been the attack dog. They've had chains around their necks for so long within the black community, to the point they're afraid to rip that chain off. They're afraid to
Hmm.
rip that chain off and say, just forget this. I'm going over there to my lighter skinned sister. I'm going over there to my lighter skinned brothers. And one thing I noticed, right, even on YouTube, every time on YouTube, even in real life that I see, because my best friend, he's in a relationship with a lighter skinned sister now, they're always happy. When I see light skinned couples, right, in real life, they're always happy, right? I love the Scots. I don't know if you guys know about that YouTube channel, right?
Oh
yeah,
yeah, I
That's
know about that.
yeah. That sister, brother's a chef. He cooks for her and all that stuff. But they're always happy, right? A lot of lighter skinned people, especially you sisters, right? Because this is what the title says. A lot of you guys don't need to push yourself over to that side to prove your blackness, because a lot of light skinned sisters, I don't know what it is, they like to try to prove their blackness, right? And the sisterhood have a strong hold on a lot of the lighter skinned sisters, and the sisterhood have done nothing for
Oh
the lighter
yeah,
skinned sisters.
Well, I would also like
yeah.
to
It's like
add,
they.
you probably don't want to fall into the rabbit hole that the exotical spirit seems to be going through right now.
oh
Yeah,
no, no,
I
no,
think that.
absolutely not.
Because
Yeah,
it,
Yeah,
I don't
that's
like what I
yeah,
saw
shady.
with that situation. I don't like what I saw over there, but like I said, I'm not gonna get on no platform and beat on no other woman. You know what I'm saying? I do believe that as women we need to stick together. But I don't like what I saw over there, and even offensive to me is people lightening their skin to feel like they want to be able to get in on a conversation. That's very that to me was like a type of disrespect, you know. Like I don't know, maybe they just did it just for some styles, because they like red lipstick, they want to be light and make the red look nice or something. I don't know. But if you're just doing that just to say, okay, well, I want to speak on these issues, so I'm gonna change who I am so I can get in on this. This is a cash cow or something
Yeah,
like that. Then it's not really fair
right.
to other people who have been living through these types of trauma, and
Yeah.
nobody needs a representative to speak for them. I don't.
I,
I have my own
yeah.
voice,
Yeah.
you know.
I just wish that it could be that you could just be who you are and just say that I don't like the bullying that happens to light skinned women without anybody having to feel like they need to change who they are. I think that should be normalized. It should, because that's why I said I know it's with these platforms. People made that's why when I had said something to you, I don't feel like people should feel like they're not included. Like if they're not maybe that color, they're feeling like, okay, so now I need to lie and say I'm light skinned or mixed so I
Right.
can try to help you all out. Because I even see it in some ways, it's almost like where they see that we're being bullied and they want to help out. And
I'm not.
they're
I
trying
don't
to
believe that. Hmm.
you don't.
No, no. Because
See,
why?
I try to see because I try to because I'm like you. I have a cutthroat that I can say what I want to say. I guess I'm trying to slowly kind of increase to it. Like on one end, it's like I guess I'm seeing is like these are black women who kind of feel bad that we're being bullied and they want to help.
Right. Um. I don't know. I guess it's hard to tell what's going on, really. But I
Yeah.
feel like it's not coming from a genuine place. Maybe is
Mhm.
my perspective, because I feel like then, if that's the case, then the person who felt that way should have been the one speaking. Like,
Mhm.
it's not for me to speak for dark skinned women, and it's not for dark
Mhm.
skinned women to speak for me. And I'm not talking about that woman. I'm just saying, if
Uh
there's a
huh.
dark skinned person that want to come up and talk about her experience, I'm not
Right.
going to speak over her and read and speak on what she's feeling in blackface.
I
Like,
know it's
that
like,
doesn't make any sense.
but see,
You know,
that seems like that's what's been happening online. That people who are not us are talking for, and that's why I guess for me, I'm trying to have like I don't know how can I say it like because people are talking about us and they're not, and I understand that if someone sees what we're going through and they're like, well, I don't like how they treat you light skinned folks. I'm gonna make a channel because I know that guy for like you. I think you said you were caramel, right?
Yep. The thing is,
Okay,
I
so
have.
the
Can you guys hear
caramel,
me?
yeah.
Sorry, I'm turning on my TV. Yeah, I have a skin complexion that turns lighter in the winter and darker in
So
the
then you see, so you're
summer.
like, okay, I see what's happening. I don't like what's happening to the guys who are lighter than me or whatever. You create a platform because sometimes maybe something can happen to caramel people. Because I even try to see that yes, caramel people can go through things, but you're seeing it and you're like, okay, well, let me create a platform to try to help. Because some people will say, well,
right?
why the hell are you treating? But that's why I'm trying to like see it in some way
No,
where,
because nobody wants to. Nobody, I don't think it's anybody's goal to get online and bash other women, but I
hmm
feel like in a way inadvertently it is taking a shot at light skinned women. I don't know how I would
hmm
articulate it, but I feel like it's taking a shot in a way, because why aren't those actual women speaking about their experiences versus someone else feeling like they can just erase them by,
Well, yeah, because
changing
but see, and
themselves.
then it
Mhm.
indirectly hurts you too because a lot like I had said how they're saying Meg Thee Stallions, so then it hurts people even like you because all of them are collectively saying it, and I'm seeing all of them trying to redefine what light skin is.
Well,
It's
yeah,
just
that's
like,
where I think the original fight started. I felt like that was the beginning of the fight. People
hmm
saying, well, why are you trying to redefine who's light skinned? But I don't think it's just light skin. It's mixed as well. Everybody wants to
that,
redefine
yeah,
everything, and
that,
that's the problem, because it prevents people from actually organizing and speaking. So I don't see
yeah.
it as, okay, well, I'm trying to help you guys. I see it as, if that's the case, then you would have to like actually listen to us and acknowledge that maybe we don't feel like this is helpful. And that's
That's
coming from
true.
the
I
utmost
understand
respect.
that.
Yeah,
So
like, I'm not trying to, like I said, mess up anybody's platform, but I do feel like, you trying to mess everybody else up, but maybe you don't realize it, or maybe you do, but
well, it's
that's not
like saying
what
that
it is.
we'll get the downfall, whereas you could be brown and just, you could sit over there and go to a corner store, you good. But
Right.
what you
Yeah,
but
I
what you
always
saying
said that.
all this stuff you saying it's like I don't know from day or if I go somewhere and then I'm getting a microaggression because someone watch your channel, you know.
Right, because you're saying and doing the most. Now it's going to come back onto light-skinned women or mixed women, you know, or biracial women. Like, yeah, that was stated in another stream too. Honestly, there were a lot of videos on what happened in that group or those groups. So I did not watch all of them. There were many, many, many videos. I don't know,
Yeah.
but I
I
only
just
saw
said
a
that's,
few of
yeah.
them.
I just feel like, that's why I said it. Now, there's things when they talk about, like, when she talked, it doesn't like they directly like saying, how a person can say something where it's like you're indirectly saying it, but you're not saying it. Where
Mhm.
technically, if darker women are trying to come after her or anybody, it's almost like saying, well, are they directly? They're not really directly saying it. So it's almost like, on one hand, it's like, I agree with what you're saying, but then on the other hand, I'm like, well, she ain't really directly talking crap about browner or darker women directly, really. But I understand that that the cause and effect, that if she's saying it and if people say she's not that, it's gonna fall back on us who
Yeah,
are
because
truly
I think
like.
it becomes part of the evidence against light skinned women, but
Mhm.
like meanwhile the person isn't part of that group, you know.
Yeah,
Like, why is that entered into evidence then? Like, we didn't say this stuff,
right.
so I'm
Yeah,
not taking responsibility for something I didn't say. And a lot of us,
right.
again, people talk about how we're self-hating and pro-black and all that stuff. Yeah, because of whatever we're dealing with. But like, if somebody is saying all this stuff, like, most of us would never say that, so
Well, I
And,
knew, I kind of, in my own
I
mind, I
gotta
figured
say
that
this
light skinned woman not blunt enough to do that. What she's doing.
they're
I
not
gotta
what?
say this. The
A lot
thing
of light
is,
skinned women are not blunt enough to do what she's doing. That's why everybody's able to come in
yeah,
and do it.
You're saying they're not born enough or
bold,
brave
bold
enough
enough,
No,
bold enough.
blunt. They're not blunt.
or
They're not
blunt?
blunt enough.
Yeah.
Because some of the stuff I heard, I was thinking, I know a light skinned woman ain't gonna be brazen enough to say what the person was saying. Some of the stuff I've heard that they said certain people were saying.
But like, you got to think about it too. In the black community, black people say anything to each other, so they can say all kind of stuff to each other. But if you light
The light
skin,
skinned
that
girl, I knew that a light skinned woman ain't gonna go that far. And that's why I said when I hear
that's
some of
right.
them saying certain, I'm kind of like, are you really like? Because as a light skinned woman, you're gonna be under a microscope for everything. And most of the people, when
That's
they
right.
describe themselves, I'm like, I know you ain't truly textbook, as I say, textbook light, because
Right,
that's
because
really
we
who
can
they're
never say that
after.
stuff and get away with it.
Of
Exactly.
course
So,
not.
like, I
They
already
got
know
the
if you
confidence
listen to
because
this
they're
stuff.
probably brown. They're probably mixed stallion color, and then yeah, of course you're safe. What they call it, safe brown. Of course you can say
Safe
that.
brown. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They can say all of that stuff, but like, just don't try to be acting like, oh, this is mixed and light skinned women speaking. Like,
Right.
no, we didn't say that stuff. Like, stop it.
And
So
they
I
know
mean,
it.
I
They
think
know
that
that
was
no
part
light
of their
skinned person
joke.
gonna say that. But
Yeah,
see,
we're
even
not gonna
still,
say
even
that.
the darker women still want to come after you, even if they think. Let's just say they don't think that they're what they say they are. They still, even in that, they still want to attack light skinned women, even if they think that they're saying that she's not who she say she is. Okay, but then in the same breath, they still want to attack light skinned women. You see what I'm saying?
Right, they're still coming after you anyway.
They just
They're
want to
not
attack
coming
us.
for
No,
brown
they
skinned
still want to
women.
attack us
Right.
because they know that. Because on one end, because they know that a brown skinned woman will put them in their place. Low key, that's what they're thinking.
Well, I don't think they care
Because
when
they probably like, I
other
know a
black
light skinned
people say
woman.
it.
Yeah, they don't care.
They don't care when other black
Yeah,
people talk to each other like that. They only care if somebody is of another color and they speak to
Yeah,
them
can I
like
can I
that.
ask a question?
Sure.
sure.
It's just kind of off topic, but what do you guys think of Kamala Harris? She
Oh
and
gosh.
people calling her a black woman. Would you say?
I think that I think she should see the social media and just say
I don't.
you're mixed. Just end
I,
it and say you're mixed and call it a day.
let me just say
That's
this.
how I think.
I don't think lighter skinned people should be worrying about Kamala Harris right now. And just to the point, just back to the point of what's her name? The Exotical girls. I mean, I posted up one of her videos and she commented on my channel and she's like, "Thank you for light" and stuff like that. I mean, when she posts up videos that I agree with, okay, I give her a thumbs up. But I noticed something with her, which I just have to call out. I'm probably going to call it out in my next video. Is that she associate um black man together with light skinned brothers. A lot of times, I seen she does that a lot of times, and a lot of times she make the statement talking about decentering men, right? And one of the who I've heard said that statement before was this girl called Princella. She's of a lesbian girl, right? And then she, there was a whole thing that happened with her where she got into she was with a light skinned girl, and she said she had to get rid of the light skinned girl because light skinned girls are soft and they're emotional and stuff like that. I can't take them. So she got into a relationship with a darker skinned girl that just came out of a marriage, I believe. And then that darker skinned girl exposed her and said she was dirty and she don't take care of her kids and stuff like that, right? This is all on video.
Whoa.
So
Oh wow.
yes,
See,
yeah, this
even
you
in,
guys can look.
so even the light skinned women don't even respect you, even in a relationship with a light skinned woman. So that's what I'm saying. Like with light skinned women, period. It's almost like no matter where we go, it's like people got a problem with you. So it's almost like, well, shit, I might as well just date outside my race.
Right, exactly. But when I hear the exotical girls doing stuff like that, I decenter men. And here's what I realized: notice that most of the quote unquote um, drama and argumentative nonsense that's going on, this clown world shit that's going on, is mostly coming from the women's side. So that's what I'm saying. A lot of you lighter skinned sisters need the lighter skinned brothers. But the thing is, a lighter skinned sisters try to disassociate themselves from the lighter skinned brothers. And I've seen this in the exotical movement. And I'm just saying, especially the top one, the exotical unit, right? And I'm just saying, she doesn't want to be associated with the lighter skinned brothers because she only want to include the women. And this is just another form of the cults. This is just another form of the sisterhood, which have actually did lighter skinned women a disservice. There's nothing special in the sisterhood for lighter skinned women. A matter of fact, I think lighter skinned women need to create their own group where they associate with just lighter skinned girls, and you guys go from there. But the exotical girl, she's trying to include everybody else and call them exoticals based on their hair texture.
Well, I
Well,
wanna
I
add
said a
something to that for light, because I think we just were talking about how we felt like we weren't necessarily represented by that group. No disrespect to them, but we didn't necessarily, as maybe me as a lighter skinned woman, I didn't feel always represented or understood. So I don't want to be viewed as being in connection with that group, because I think there was a lot of loosening of categories.
Uh oh.
And yeah, so maybe those
Yeah,
people are not
that.
light skinned women. So that's what I'm saying. Like you gather up a group of women that maybe people will consider them black and not mixed, or brown skin and not light skin, and then you go trolling together. You're having a good time in the name of mixed and light skinned women, but maybe that's not mixed and light skinned women though. So if
I
they're
was
saying that they want center men, that may not necessarily be what mixed and light skinned women are actually saying,
Uh
because
oh.
I didn't say that,
I
when
read
the space was created. And see, I don't know, these spaces, Golden Sphere and Exotic, that was created long before I got here. But from my perception, the Golden Sphere was men and women, and the Exotical was like women of any complexion. But for some reason, the mixed and light skinned people, some of them left the Exoticals. I don't know what happened early on, but that was my perception. So it tended to be maybe brown skinned women that are mixed with curly hair and so on.
Can I add something to that, Future?
Mhm. Yes.
I think from what I've been learning all these years in this space, I think y'all have learned pretty much that I think it's just best that you just ride solo. I think when you start putting like spears in your name, you put yourself. And I
Yep.
think we all can attest to this. Once you put yourself in a spear, you're pretty much responsible for whatever goes on in that spear, whether you're there or not.
yeah.
And that's
Right.
why
And I kind of pulled back because I noticed that it's like everybody wants to hashtag all these things and start attacking each other. But like, I'm not a part of any kind of like attack spaces. Like, I don't come online to attack other people. So I don't understand why people are kind of like attacking. That was my thing when I came here. Like, why are these people attacking each other? And then over time, I realized, oh well, it's just for content or whatever. But it just got old fast. And I just would say that this whole light skinned women as a collective are collectively decentering men. I just wanted to kind of say that is not even true because there is no collective of light skinned women online. I first want to say that we're not a
It
collective.
definitely isn't.
Yeah, we're
It's
Yeah,
not a
but
not.
I'm
collective.
not
This
saying.
is
Yeah,
me and
I
the
wasn't saying
menstruation
light
on the
skinned
panel.
women.
Definitely.
I wasn't
Yeah.
saying light skinned. I'm not saying you did. Exotical, whatever. Go ahead.
Yeah, the exoticals were. I feel like they're, they have every right to make whatever type of content they want. But like, sometimes some women may not hashtag that because we may not be a part of. We may
Right.
like some of their content, but we may not be a part of like everything that they're saying or doing. Or maybe we're not online as much. Maybe they're online more. So yeah,
I've been in
I
the
don't think
comments
that's a
and
light
I would try.
skin movement. Mhm.
I try to be in the comments, and I've seen some slick stuff where some of them would say slick stuff, and I would mention it to her, and she would just kind of not ignore it, or she wouldn't acknowledge it. Like, how is it that someone trying to say that they're mixed or they're MGM, but then they're talking? I think it's this one girl. She was talking about her sister being lighter, but oh well, I have like the better hair or the features, and I try to comment to the girl, and I don't know if she removed it or not, but that's little slick stuff like that. I'm like, so why is that cool?
See, that's what I'm saying. That's why
Yeah.
it's just not wise to
Yeah,
even join any spirits because they're just echo chambers.
Mhm.
yeah, I let them. I would just leave it alone. I'm not trying to get into anybody's discussions and catch up because to me, I always feel like I'm playing catch up too. You got to figure out all the different things that was said before to know why people are acting the way they're acting. But I mean, you're never going to figure that out because they've been going back and forth for years. It looks like so you would never catch up on all the drama. But I don't comment on those channels anymore because
That's a fact.
yeah, because I don't want people to feel like, people sometimes feel like when you come to your channel, they're poaching subs or something like that. So I kind of don't want to intermingle. I don't want to be brought into
Yep.
anybody's issues. And I do have people's backs, but just because I have your back, that doesn't mean that I want to be involved in your drama or I want to be on the front lines taking a whole bunch of bullets for nobody. Like,
Yeah, we see
because
how
that's what
that
people
turned
like to
out
do
last
too.
time.
Yeah, they
Anyway,
want to
But
put
see,
you
the
on the
thing
front
is, if
line.
but see,
Now
the
speak,
thing is, if
future.
you
Go
create your
ahead.
content, they're gonna
yeah.
attack you because they figure if you're talking about light skin content, they're thinking they're included or it's about them. And then if you don't say anything that's adjacent to what they're trying to cosplay as, they're gonna be mad about it.
Well, I don't have
If
nothing
it,
to do with anything they're talking about. I don't care what their skin color is. Me and them, we don't have nothing in common, and we don't have no business with each other. So whatever they say is blocked. I don't care about what they're talking about. And I don't. I also anybody that wants to go back and forth. I was telling people this. People that want to go back and forth between these channels, they're getting blocked too because it's like you're not gonna carry mud from somebody else's channel onto my channel. Now I've got to get involved. Like I don't have anything to do
mhm.
with those channels, and I think that's the stance people have to take if they're really not in that group, because people try to pull you in, and it's like I'm pulling myself out and they're trying to pull me back in, and it's like I'm not a part of that, you know.
I
So
mean, I mean, Mulatto Vanguard actually applauded me because I was making my videos and stuff like that. I talk about dark skin worship of dark skin, and you guys know the story. There was a mixed girl that got mad and stuff like that. I had to put her in her place. She basically don't talk about me no more. But anyways, that's besides the point. But just avoid all the drama. This is what I do. I don't talk about the drama on my channel, but I will call people out. I do that all the time because it's fun, right? But sometimes you have to put a lot of people in their place. This movement should not be about drama. And I realize that a lot of ladies are making it more about drama, but it should not be about drama. It should be about teaching and about uniting, right? But this has been great. I love you guys. You guys are awesome. By the way, what's his name? Brown and Beige. Thank you so much, brother, for bringing me up. I love seeing the sisters
No,
on the panel, man. I'm excited. I'm gonna make a live tomorrow. But thank you for bringing me up, brother. Thank you guys for having me on the panel.
oh, no problem, man.
Nice meeting
Yeah, I
you.
All
enjoy
right, it was
listening to
good
your content.
talking to you.
Yeah, I'm probably my laptop about to die anyway. I'm probably about to. I didn't realize it's been 3 hours already.
It's been 3 hours.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Hmm.
I think you've given good advice to not necessarily, because I thought about, like, people were saying, did they want to create a new hashtag? But I mean, I
No.
just think it's easier to just have your own channel, and whatever audience you want to have, you have, and then just take it from there, you know.
Trust me, sometimes nobody learns anything by not having experiences. And I can tell you that whole experience before was just pretty much showed me that was just never a good idea. It was a foregone conclusion. And it's not to say, like, don't think I'm just crapping on like what the golden sphere was, but it just devolved to a point of just a whole bunch of things that I myself don't want this channel or anybody who I associated with anymore.
Yeah, I tried to dissociate. I mean, because and I just got tired of it, because it was very obvious to me that it was just drama seeking behavior versus actual stuff that really happens. But I mean, all you can do is just, move forward and, go from there. Because me personally, I wanted to have a channel talking about MGMs, but it feels like, as soon as you talk about any topic, there's going to be like a million people that pop up that seem like they want to talk about the same thing, or they want to argue with you. And I don't know, maybe that's just how you have to have a channel on social media. You have to go back and forth with people. What do you think?
Well, with
Ugh.
those, I think a lot of those people they don't really come to my channel, but honestly, I just avoid people like that.
Yeah, because I think it wasn't even people in this space. Like, let's say people were, like, let's say you talk about something and you define it. Let's say you define what light skin is. You'll have like 6 or 7 other channels trying to
Oh,
define it as well. And
yeah.
then you'll have people writing books on it. That's what I was going through. I was like, people are writing books,
Or they're gonna create
and
a video response. They're gonna create a video response. Like, don't say anything
Hey,
that is
yo,
really.
my man James just said, "Oh, those are fake channels, and we
Yeah.
don't let fake channels do all the speaking, let alone for us." And that was what their intent is. Coming thinking that they're the voice, and it's like you just made this account today, or probably tonight, or a couple of days ago with one sub, and yet you
It's becoming
already
creepy
thinking
though. I have to be honest with you. It just feels so creepy that everybody's trying to be us. I have to be honest with you.
it is creepy. And I think that we really need to have like genuine. We need to have genuine people that we know for a fact, and those people need to try to work together. Um, there was a situation where a woman, she was kind of like being dragged all over social media. They made like 200, 400 videos on her over some poem. I think I did a video on it. I don't know if people saw it on my channel. She's a biracial woman, but I think her mother was biracial and her father was white. And, she made some poem and it wasn't even that big of a deal. But I mean, like, the way people were coming for her, it was frightening. And none of these so-called mixed or light-skinned people had her back. I thought it was
Of
crazy. I
course
was like,
not. Of course
yeah.
Wow,
not.
I never heard of this.
It was a woman making some poem about, I believe it was, quadroons and something about Obama being a mulatto or something like that. But I'm just saying, like, to me, it was scary because, once those response videos started coming in and to cancel her and let's find out where she lives, I was thinking to myself, why is there so much scrutiny of light skinned women and no one has their back? You know, you don't see anybody
Yeah, but
coming
even the
forward.
women who are them, that's why I don't understand why is it that the light skinned women go so extra hard to put you down. It's like it's ridiculous.
I think some of these
It's like they're
people are
trying to fight. They want to be a token. They want to be a token light skinned girl. That's all it is.
they're in
Right.
such a sunken place that I think they feel like them just destroying another light skinned woman will give them brownie points, I
Hmm.
guess.
Pretty much.
Definitely, because the black community would definitely love to see, you know, it's like slave fights, you know. They definitely want to see that type of activity. And you know, it's 2024, you know, we still don't have any type of collective. I feel like black women have a collective, black men have a collective, but when you're talking about light skinned people or mixed people, like, do we have a collective like that?
Not really,
Right.
but
I mean,
it's
maybe
but
these
Nope.
it's
channels.
yeah, maybe the channels, but not like to the extent to where they have it, which they do spread it globally across the world. But then you got to wonder if even when they do that as a collective, are they really being serious about what they're discussing, or they just want to have they just want to hear themselves
I'm
speak,
about to step
thinking
away
that
for a second, y'all.
all right, then
I
like
think
do
it's
they want to just hear themselves speak as well as just grab as many heartstrings as as many of them as they can find. And I've never really been one to like, I guess, fall into that, to fall into that trap, but that doesn't mean that other people will fall into that trap. And because it's like you ain't even addressing even the facts that really ain't even that's you don't think it's a problem.
yeah, I was noticing James Jr. Comment, which is true. It's kind of like it comes off as scary, like we're scared of them when we shouldn't be. That's pretty much in a nutshell. Is basically people are scared of them. They're scared of darker people. That's all it is.
Yeah. And like me and Carl said it, they really don't have this much smoke for white people who have been doing them dirty for
Mhm.
centuries.
Yeah.
And we still see this continuing till this day. And
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
even with the whole like the Trumps at the Trump rally, that them two white dudes attacking that black dude, that may have been a hoax, but that still doesn't mean that, hey, they don't care if you're a Trump supporter. They want to see you fall just as much as the next person, because it's like they'll never really accept you like that. Maybe they'll accept the cooning and the buffoonery, but they're not necessarily going to accept you like that. So you're just being a puppet.
Pretty much. Now I got a question. I'm just curious. What do y'all think about the Hodge twins? I'm kind of torn with them.
you know, uh, they to me, I'm just like, oh, okay. I'm like, okay, guys. Now it would just be best if y'all just stuck to fitness,
Mm.
because that seems to be what you're good at, where your strong suit is at. I mean, even though people may challenge you and critique you on how you do things, hell, I don't know, maybe they don't have no background in fitness. Maybe what works for you may not work for them. But however, when you try to dive into controversial topics that people are not necessarily going to agree with, um, understand
Yeah.
that you're gonna face a whole lot of backlash. I mean, especially even when it comes to the political stances. And I'm like, and that's the thing too, even in the political realm. A lot of people, when they classify as a conservative, I'm like, well, what kind of conservative? Because you're not, because again, are you MAGA, or you're that traditional conservative where you don't, to where, you think, yeah, people got to get it somewhat like do things on their own, but at the same time, you have this this sense where you don't think things should be oppressed,
Mhm.
because you got a lot of fake conservatives and even fake liberals running the clown show. When you entertain clowns, you become part of the circus.
Right, because I also thought at one point I was like, oh well, maybe if you're conservative and you're light skinned, maybe that's where you need to go, because maybe the white folks will have your back. I kind of on one hand kind of thought of them that that's what they were doing, because maybe they saw the
Right.
bullshit with white folks and they probably like, okay, I'm gonna just kick it with the racist white folks. At least I know what they're.
What their
But
intent is.
yeah, it's just, but it's like on one hand, sometimes when I hear them, I'm like, dude, but y'all still, got black. I don't know. It's like with them, like I don't know. You kind of, it's like, I think it's one thing if kind of almost like, okay, I know black people are against me. I might as well probably go to the white side. I guess my thing is, on one hand, I think you shouldn't forget that you still got some black in you.
Yeah. And you
Right.
Even
know
though I
what?
know that there's a difference with them, I pretty much know that, yes, I know that they would, people probably treating them a certain kind of way. I just almost like, even if I'm with white folks, I'm still gonna be like, well, I do still know I got black in me.
Right.
Oh yeah.
I can't
They think
dissociate that much because they literally dissociating.
well, what I was gonna say to that is that because y'all everybody knows who Terrence Howard is.
Mhm. Mhm.
And again, everybody, I don't know why, but they just do. It's like they can't stand Terrence Howard, but Terrence Howard was, I don't want to say one of the first ones, but he was the one because he's the one that said he grew up in a household with two mixed parents, and
Mhm.
his dad was saying that how white folks is dangerous. They will cut your throats from when you're not looking. So be careful of them. And black folks, you really can't rely on them.
Mhm.
And so you start to think, wow, and I wonder, is that why, again, you have you taking the stance that you have taken because they don't want no more Terrence Howards
Yeah.
being sort of free and knowing themselves and thinking for
Right.
themselves. Now, I'm not saying that if you take that stance that it won't be
Well, see,
that it
on one
won't
hand,
be
I
look.
understand why if he thought like that. You kind of thinking, well, in Hollywood, men that look like him, they don't really want to cast men that look like that.
No,
They really don't. I noticed in Hollywood, they really ain't gonna try to cast light skinned men like that. They barely even cast light skinned black men.
no. Unless if they're like they say, we the ones again, if we're the ones putting on the dress, putting on lipstick and makeup, looking like Lil
Well,
Nas
you
X.
well, you see who's doing it. It's not the light skinned dudes,
Hell no. And we talk about
but
that
y'all
on the
supposed to be
regular,
soft
like
though. Yeah, y'all supposed to be soft though.
right. We were supposed to be, but then it's like when you look at the reality of it, it's really them dressing up
Hmm.
in makeup and high heels and dresses and lipstick and all that. And when again, Flip Wilson wasn't an MLS man,
Oh God, him.
and he actually said the devil told him to put on the dress. Oh, so you
Oh
gonna
my
blame the
God.
devil? And another thing too, and I don't know if y'all heard of this channel or this dude who goes by the name of J Love.
Oh, him. I can't stand him. I remember
Oh,
him. J Love
y'all, you
47.
okay? So, Emancipation, you will probably remember the video that he did where he had Tom Joyner as the thumbnail, and he was just basically talking shit about how light skinned people are this and they
Hmm.
all need to go.
Hmm.
And you did have some, and again, now from what I understood was that there was some people who attacked him for saying that, but I don't know who. I'm like, who did the attacking? Was it us or was it somebody else that took what you said as being divisive?
Yeah, because I remember him. That's like you talking like probably 10 years ago. Yeah, he was one of the first people who would be talking about light skinned folks too.
Oh yeah, he always did
Oh
say
yeah.
that, and he still says it till this day. Like, well, he admitted, yeah, I'm a one dropper, and yeah, you're a one dropper on one end, but then want to say, we all should just take a back seat. And I'm like, nigga, pick a struggle.
And then I
Right.
think he's supposed to be kind of bisexual or gay or something like that. You remember that?
I'm I'm back, y'all.
Yeah, yeah. I think he could sit there and say that he had girlfriends in the past. I'm like, nah, man.
Nah, I
Like,
think there was a porn that was linked on YouTube. They had a link. He was up there. I think he was messing around with some light
Hold
skinned dude at that. That's why I remember. I'm like, these folks be talking all stuff about light skinned dudes, but they be low key wanting to have sex with y'all.
That hell,
Oh yeah.
like that dude on that TikTok video. I'm like, bruh, I am a boy, Damon, and you are
Yeah,
not. And we are
honestly,
That's
I
what
not
it's
in
think
all
prison no
about.
more.
because they got a lot of stuff going on in the black community. Um, with a lot of men, I guess there's so many DL men, and I hate how they try to make it like, oh, people need to stop being, homophobic or whatever. But like these men, as soon as they get with like a man that's supposedly straight, they got photos, videos, they blackmailing the dude, they threatening him, so I feel like, it's all just fun and games with them. I don't believe these people, you know, um, and you can't get wrapped up or tangled up with them because they're just gonna they're gonna have a time with you in your life. They're gonna mess you up
I
Oh
feel
yeah,
like the
hey,
and put
few,
that
women.
anything on you.
I feel like the women are the same way with light skinned girls. That they're because they worry about us too much. They want us themselves.
hey, you know what, future? You remember that video that you did? Yo, I said, yo, I laugh at that. Yo, every time I check that video out, like I'm just pretty like my stomach be hurting, man, from laughing too much. Cause I'll be like, yo, they be on this tip.
Like, yeah, they so feminine. It's like, no, they're not feminine. You just looking at them that way.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Because of your inclinations, but you don't want to admit it. Yeah, they got a
I-
lot going on. That's
and I'll
why
be
light
like,
skin men need to stay out the black community.
Mhm. True.
yeah, I'm like, cause it's
Plus,
like
you
they
don't know
want to
if you
physically.
befriend them. You don't know if you befriending them and they just trying to get information and then throw it in your face if you make them mad.
Oh yeah, they will do that. And trust me, that like like if you feeling down, notice how if you with a group of people, right, and you the only one that's not necessarily are feeling in the best mood right now, they'll be so quick to want to judge you for how you feeling.
Why you
But
so quiet?
yeah, or then they'll be so quick. Oh, it's that light skin attitude. I'm like, what the fuck is light skin attitude?
Right, but if you say dark skin rage, oh heaven forbid,
Yeah,
can't say
oh
that.
yeah, you hella mad, yeah. Or they'll be like, we aggressive, we alphas, uh, we're
Oh
the
yeah,
dominant ones. And I'm
Yeah, I
like,
hate
yeah,
when they say that light skinned people are
basically the
emotional,
criminal.
and then you see them in all of these videos arguing with each other. And I'm like, why they try to say like as if only light skinned people argue with each other or get upset? Like they argue with each other and get upset too. Like they have a lot of stereotypes that they just try to put on light skinned people. It's weird.
That's why I said they're too worried. They don't
it's
Yeah,
a
I
like
can
y'all
hear
heavy.
to
me
be
now.
black.
Oh yeah, we
They
can hear you
hate
now.
being black.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
reached
you
that
talking.
time where my laptop was about to die on me, so now I'm on my phone, so it probably sound a little different.
Yeah, I was having that issues with my phone. My battery died, so I had to put it on the charger real quick before before the show almost shut down. But nah, what I was gonna say is that it's a heavy obsession, heavy
It's
obsession,
fair.
and we don't know whether or not if it's obsession as you want to see us do well and succeed, or you want to
Mm-mm.
just catch us by ourselves and just grab us and kidnap us and then lock us up in a basement tied up.
Yep.
BDSM style. And
I
I'm
think
like,
that's what
nah, man.
that is. I think that's what it is. Or they want us dead. I'm sorry if they want us dead.
Yeah, I think they want to be able to have us however they want us. And if they can't have their way with us,
No one
then they're
can.
gonna, right, they're gonna want us, like you said, XO'd or whatever, So yeah, I'm not trying to like I've kind of left that community a long time ago, and I don't even think I realized that that's what I did. I just think it came natural that I left. And people were saying that I was very pro-black, but I think I felt like I really missed being around black people. But I did think about all those times where they were always like messing with me and stuff like that. And, you got to be arguing and fussing all the time. And, I just kind of said, listen, peace of mind is more important than anything. So, you know, I don't owe anybody um, any type of explanations or labor or anything like that. You know, my peace and happiness comes first, you know, in my life. And I feel like a lot of mixed people have to mix and light skin. They got to understand that, you know, it's not about helping out Black people to the extent that, you know, you ruining your own mental health or you doing all this stuff to hurt yourself. You know, you got to put yourself first. And that's what everybody else is doing anyway. So, you know, you can't feel guilty about it.
I always say this: ask yourself, you got here for a reason because somebody wanted to divest. You don't owe anybody anything.
Right.
Yep.
That's
You're the
exactly
product
correct.
of it. You're a product of it, but yet they want to still have you around. And
And
it's
I'm
always a
like,
bright on the backside.
and when you say, and again, when that's being said, it's like wow, and how, like why, and where's the when did it get to that point to where you, it's like I don't know, like it's some type of split personality, mental.
It's borderline
y-
personality. It's like their
y-
Black community is a
yes,
cluster of too many personalities. Bipolar, they're borderline, sociopathic, psychopaths, narcissism, all in one.
oh yeah. And I'm
Right.
like, and again, and it's like, and when they see, and it's like, and every time they see one of us, for some reason, like they're reminded of how, and I'm like, you probably didn't have the experience dealing with people like me. You probably didn't. And even if that's the case, that was probably the 1% out of 1%. Like, so don't be trying to create another Kwame Brown experience. Like even with Kwame Brown did, it's like, dude, you were not really that good at basketball. That's why you were being attacked because you weren't that good. Instead,
Mm.
you using phenotypes as a way to, because you ain't gonna go after the white folks that put you down. We're just
Hmm.
well, y'all are close proximity. So, and I'm like, and by the way, I've seen Matt Barnes in person,
Oh, really?
and that, yeah, I was in Los Angeles last year for a concert, and he came to it, and I was just looking at him from a distance, like, damn, you big. Maybe hell, even though I'm about 5'8", so of course he gonna make me look small. But to his credit, he was like, hey, yo, what's up? I'm like, yo, what's good? What's up? So he didn't have no softness, no feminine energy whatsoever.
Well, then that's a good interaction because most
I
celebrities they'll
really
act
don't
like they
really.
don't know you. So that's a good thing that he was nice to you.
Oh yeah. And that was why, and again, oh wow, it's a lot of, a lot of comments in the chat room that's like really bringing in some light. So they know, they get it. Hell, we get it.
Hmm.
And so when it gets to the conversation about creating own communities, oh yeah, y'all really get butt hurt. Your feelings
Yep.
is hurt. That y'all supposed to be the hardcore ones. Sure, hardcore in them beds and out there picking cotton. Oh, did I go too far?
But you know, we're supposed to
You
be
can
privileged
say
because
what
we're
you
in the
want.
house, massa, because they want to be around massa. You know,
Well, yeah, shining his
I'm
shoes
so
and
jealous. I'm so jealous because I'm not a man.
shining his shoes and cleaning his feet, bare feet.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm so privileged. All right.
Yeah,
And
people
then
talk
here's the
about
thing.
that.
Here's the
What was
kicker.
going
That
on
you're
in the
probably
house?
part of that child. Yeah. You probably half white. If you're half white, you dumb bitch. Of course he's gonna prefer me. You dummy. They
Oh, because
forget the
that's
whole
his
nuance of
child.
that conversation. If you're half white, of
Okay.
course they're gonna prefer me.
Again, they have no issues throwing all
Stupid.
types of shade
Oh,
and saying all
stupid.
types of messed up stuff to us and about us. Why not
All
return the
right.
favor?
Right. Oh no, when we
So
do that, that's horrible. We can't do that. We'll be, even on YouTube, if you say one little thing that's bad, we're horrible.
like, yeah,
Okay.
you can't even make a point without you can't even make a
Oh,
point even though you're not talking about anybody bad. But like I said,
But then
see,
feelings
why
get
can't
hurt
we be
easily.
petty? Why can't we be petty at times? Why can't we just freely and just be petty and not?
see,
But they get the
look,
chance to say it first.
I told
They
you
get to say it first.
these folks ain't right. They start highlighting comments and downloading
That, that's
videos and playing voice clips and stuff.
that's
Hmm.
why they can't stand LeVar Ball. They hate LeVar Ball. And I'm like, that man is probably got more man in him than you got in your pinky toe.
Mm.
And he got 3 sons too.
Two that are in the NBA
Plus,
making
he pushed his
millions,
son. He pushed his
Right.
son.
set for life.
Yeah. And it was like, yo, nobody ain't gonna be in your corner like I'ma be in your corner. Yeah, it's a blessing that you got these skills. But if anything happened, just so y'all know, I'm gonna be in support of y'all. And that's what he did, as a
Even
father.
though
And at least he ain't no deadbeat, and misery loves company.
But
although
you
I
Right.
probably
would say that I think the Ball brothers are suffering from that I want to be down problem that seemed to plague a lot of young English men.
Oh
oh
yeah,
god.
James was saying, oh yeah, black women was mad when they seen his wife, the same ones who wouldn't date. Facts. I'm like, he got too much personality for y'all that you can't handle. Oh, why are you so confident? So no man or any woman can be confident within themselves, or unless if it's pertaining to you. Fuck you.
I know some of them the lipstick out there talk about Patrick, my homies. I'm like, girl, y'all know y'all don't. He probably wasn't your type.
No, but because he made it to the NFL and is a 3-time Super Bowl champion, y'all just want to latch on to his success.
Right.
Like,
Patrick
get out.
Mahomes don't even strike me as the type that they a lot of women would probably view him as corny, honestly.
Exactly. They would,
Yeah, a
but
lot
they
of women,
complaining. Yeah.
a lot of mixed women too got to get over that perceptions of light skinned men that the black community has and just look at them from their own perspective, because I think they try to make it seem like you said corny, and I'm like, that's the name that they always have for light skinned men, like corny or weak or something like that. But then if you really look at light skinned men versus dark skinned men, it's like 9 times out of 10 your preference is always going to be a light skinned man because you're a light skinned woman. They just don't want you to. They don't want you to feel that way. They want to brainwash you and gaslight you. So yeah, that's a big word. That was a big word. Oh, he's corny, and it was like, really? Because I like him, but I don't like these other guys. So what's corny about him?
But
But yeah,
but see,
they
here's
do
the
try to
thing
do that.
though. But let me say this though, because I've been on YouTube probably since 2007, 2008, right then when during the days of Sergeant Willie Pete, when they had that black men versus black women, educated dudes versus street dudes. I'm like, y'all was saying the same things about one another, calling educated dudes or not so educated dudes, but they're just regular dudes lame. So now that's being projected onto us, go like all these
He was the dude.
uh
He did that. Yeah, called educated lames. I remember that.
yeah, and I'm like,
I feel like that conversation just goes in circles a lot of time.
that it does. So now everything that
Well, that would be a
y'all
nice
saying it
live
about us.
stream. Yeah, the negative stereotypes about light skinned men are actually positive things. That would be a good live stream, Brown and Beige. Because I'm like, educated. They call them educated. They're calling them corny because you know why? They're polite. They're polite. They have manners. They know how to talk to women. Like, so they don't like any of that stuff. They want to try to make that something negative, and then they want to make it seem like somebody who's like got all these muscles and committing crimes, like that's the one that you need to be with. It's like, why would you want to
And
be with
when I think of there's one person that usually comes, Russell Wilson.
Oh, they were so mad at him for being a good
Oh yeah,
father and a good husband.
they still mad at him. And I'm like,
Right.
yo, y'all don't, I'm like, what is the chances of a rapper beating up a football player who can stiff arm you? What are the chances of that happening? Slim to
No
none.
chance at all.
Yeah, and another thing too. So they would rather have so they rather have people who exude animalistic characteristics to be their primary mates and significant others being put on this front pedestal versus somebody that may have that, but they just don't show it a lot. They got to be pushed in order to do so. But yet the image says otherwise. I'm like, no, I'm not about to sit here and have a conversation with these bums.
Well, I think they don't like that. They don't like that Ciara was being treated well either. You know, I don't know if somebody has like a buzzer on or something, but they don't like that Ciara was being treated good by Russell Wilson because I think they like to see like lighter women, especially if they're pretty and successful. You know, they're supposed to be getting beat down and treated badly and abandoned and used and abused, you know. So they didn't like that she was being treated good by this other
Cardi
rich
B.
man. And I was like, I love it because, yeah, he's a good husband. He's a good father, you know. They didn't want that for her. They wanted her to have some negative life. Um, yeah, we have to move away from that. You know, it's
Oh
nothing
yeah.
personal. They want to keep that on them. That's on them. But we got to move away from that. Definitely.
Right, like I said before, you know, you got upper echelon versus non-upper echelon, high class and low class. So people who want a certain agenda being pushed, know this where it's coming from. Now, I'm not saying that they're interchangeable, but I'm not saying that, but then, like I said, because there's only a small percentage of the upper echelon that will prefer that. But at the same, it's not an
I'm just looking at this
larger
comment.
scale versus people being in the low class environments.
Mhm. But even in somebody like Ciara's group, you know, Ciara's a talented woman, you know, doing well for herself. But I feel like they were enjoying seeing her being dragged through the mud, you know. And when this light skinned man comes along and marries her, treats her good, now they have a nice little family life, taking their little Instagram pictures. It's like you see all these haters. Man, that Russell Wilson, that dude, you know, and I'm like, yeah, they're mad because they don't ever really want to see light skinned women or light skinned men do well in their community, you know, but like they make it seem like we have all these privilege and we're on all these pedestals. But
Oh boy.
whatever anything is, it's never to benefit us. There's nothing that we get from them that's to benefit us. It's all to benefit them. So I feel like people need to see that and stop sitting there taping
Here
to
we
them
go.
about privilege because I get annoyed when I see light skinned people saying that all the time.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just laughing at a comment because it holds true though, because that's the only way that they can appeal. We don't have to do the extra stuff that they do, and we really don't. But when we don't do the extra stuff, then we're, of course, you know, um, we're not withholding the standards that they set. And I'm like, well, those are some low ass standards. And however,
I'm just curious.
um,
I would just love to just sit down and like have a conversation of what people really believe is light skin. Because I'm still just in the blind with that, honestly.
I think for
I think
men,
we
it's
just need to.
divided in half. It's light skin and dark skin for the men. So like light brown men are in the light skin group, but they are called like brown skin or light brown. You know what I mean? Whereas the ones that are very, very fair are called light skin. So I know what you're saying, Money Team. Um, that he's not really light skin, he's more of like a tan color. But I don't think people really break it down with the men as much as they do with the women. Like with the women, everybody got 100 names, caramel and cocoa
Light
brown. You know,
brown,
they got all these names,
brown,
but they don't have
sage
that for
brown,
men.
Or should I say
cocoa
red
latte brown.
bone, high yellow, yellow bone?
You said red bone, but no one,
Yeah.
I would never hear nobody say that where I live. But we can go with red bone. Yeah, because red bone is like caramels. I think red bone means like the caramel or something like that.
Yeah, it pretty much is. It's like the Indian color, that copper color.
Yeah, the copper, right? Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
that's the color he is. That's the color Russell Wilson
You
is. But
know,
I
I'm
still view them as kind of like a quote unquote light skinned couple. You know, I don't know why, but that's how I view them. Um, even though
you
she's
know,
more of a light brown, more of a light brown.
yeah, I had even had a couple people that told me like a photo of me had kind of surfaced out, and they had pretty much was telling me the same thing. So I'm like, okay, whatever,
Well,
people.
you did say brown and beige, so I mean, I think that people who are copper, they still go through things, you know, because I think that's kind of, where people who are copper, I think, people, even they should have a voice. Where I know it could kind of coincide with people who are lighter than them, and we can kind of relate and say, oh, well, because it seems like a lot of the people who are copper colored seem to understand what lighter people go through. So
Oh yeah, I'm not really copper tone. I don't know, my skin tone it varies throughout the year.
I know my arms are copper because of the
Oh, you got
summer.
copper arms. I know
Yeah,
what you
that two
mean.
tone thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of light skinned people, some of them are like the whole body is like that ivory tone, but then some of them is like, light skin in
Hmm.
the winter, but
Oh
copper in
yeah,
the summer.
right.
Yeah.
I feel
And
like people just be
the thing is, I can't even tan.
Oh, you
I
don't
feel
even get
like
it,
people
Tam. Wow.
just say that just to shut people down sometimes.
Again, it's like what
I
Michael
just
Jackson said. It's like she can tan and I can't.
Well,
that's
that's why
interesting.
some of these words I don't like because I feel like whenever you have words that have double and triple meanings, it's always going to be a problem. So if you're going to say light skin means like high yellow, then that's what it means. But people are using it for everything. Like they're making light skin anything that's not dark skin. So if
Hmm.
anybody's
That's where,
mixed
yeah,
or yeah,
yeah.
anybody that's
It's just like
mixed.
once it's that's where it's like the clash happens.
Right.
He said next
And
year
then,
they'll
I
be
don't know.
calling Denzel Washington light skin, but he does have his hair is a little curly,
but you know
so
what though,
it
but
can
there's a
happen.
woman on my there's a woman who's a friend of mine on my Facebook page, and she's definitely, she definitely fits the description of what light skin is because she's light skin herself. And I remember she put up this post where she was like, "So black people, let me ask y'all. So when y'all say black people, do y'all mean black like this?" And she put up a picture of this dark person.
Oh God.
And I had to send her a message on the DM saying, "Yeah, that's normally who they're referring to."
But that's
Yeah,
another
And but
thing. A lot of times they'll talk about dark skin. They'll use the darkest person out there. It's like, look, everybody ain't that dark. They'll
Well,
say,
I
well,
yeah,
I'm
think
not
there's a
that
lot
even
of people
dark.
that dark from here. Most
well,
people
I
from here
even
are
think
not that dark.
oh,
Go ahead.
I even think sometimes people get the dark skin category kind of screwed because a lot of people that
Yeah.
they're saying is skin to me is brown skin, really.
I was gonna say that. That's another category where I'm looking at people who are brown and they're throwing them in the dark skin category. I'm like, they're doing the same thing like with light people, like they're saying like, oh, we're the same. Sometimes they'll say we're the same. And I'm looking at the brown person, I'm like, you're not going through no Whoopi Goldberg experience. Girl, sit down.
Right.
It's always some Neil Long type chick. Oh, I'm dark. No, you're not.
Yeah, that's
Well,
Or
the
why
the,
thing
dark
is,
or
skin.
the Mary J. Blige's. It's like, girl, you know, you're not. No, you're not. You could
or
tan
or or,
probably
or, or
dark.
better yet,
But
Taraji P Henson, and I'm like, no,
exactly. That's
no,
another one.
no.
But sometimes they'll call her light skin, but she's caramel. Like you say, well, she can go. But to say she's dark skin, I say that's ridiculous.
well,
That's
the
just
Right.
crazy
that's
thing is,
ridiculous.
Do you
you
think
never
Kelly
really
Rowland is dark skin or no?
no.
Would
Right.
you, I would say someone like the perfect example would be Brandy because I see her as more on the brown side, especially
I
when she
think
started
dark skin
out.
people. I was going to say too, dark skin people are not always that dark. I just think they're talking about
Yeah,
the chocolate. Like if they got those chocolate undertones, like some of them actually might be kind of light in comparison to other people. Because I know, I was looking at Kiki Palmer, and she actually
she's gotten a
people
little
like
darker,
don't
but
say
she to
Kiki
me she's
Palmer,
medium.
but
But
like
she,
right
I
if
would
you
see
see
her as
looking up to
medium.
other people, right?
Mhm.
She looks
Kiki's
like she's
not.
not that dark. It's just the
Kiki's
undertone
not
that
dark
makes her
skinned
look
to me
dark
though.
I
skin.
noticed that she tans, and I noticed that where some people would mistake her as dark, but I see her as a medium girl.
Oh, you see her as medium.
I
Yeah.
see her as medium.
Kiki
But the
Palmer.
thing,
I
you
noticed.
never
I
hear people.
noticed she looks darker now. I noticed, but I know I seen her as like just a caramel. Well, yeah, like a medium girl. Because I feel like with caramel, there's different layers of caramel. Like Meg
Right.
Thee
Yeah,
Stallion,
you
I see her as
never have
medium.
these people that say, "Oh, well, you're not. Well, you're not dark skinned."
I know they make
Or
you
yeah,
feel
yeah, you
like
not
you
light
start
skin, you
feeling
brown
weird.
skin, you like shrimp at the Red Lobsters or something like that. I'm like, oh my
Right.
God. That was what Sergeant Willie Pete would say when he's describing himself whenever he's having a conversation with some random person. And he'll be like, and there was I seriously thought I was dark. It was like, no, you ain't. You light skin, you brown skin, you like shrimp at the Red Lobsters. You ain't dark. And I'm like, well,
Like
damn. So they just
let's
got
see.
all these categories then, not just for us, but also for you too.
You know, they used to say back in the day, we come in all shades.
Well, we sure do,
That's,
obviously, because
that's
people
what
don't
they
know
used
what
to
shade
say.
of
We come
what.
in all shades. Now
Well,
it's
when I
like,
think dark skin, I think Michael Jordan, Kevin Hart,
yeah,
Lupita.
well, yeah.
Or
Right.
Idris Elba. Again, you stand them next to Jamie Foxx or maybe Michael B. Jordan or Martin Lawrence.
When I would say that Michael B. Jordan, I look at him as medium,
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
But like I
medium.
said, stand them next to
and
Kevin
he's
Hart
kind of
and stand
caramel
them next to
too.
Michael Jordan.
Oh yeah,
Right. They'll
Michael
call him
Jordan. Yeah,
light skin. They'll call him
mm,
light skin.
which they would.
He's
oh,
not light skin either, but they'll call him that because he's lighter than them.
Yep,
You said you wish
yep.
they
It's true.
would. Now
Right.
it's gonna be a
Peanut
whole
butter
sector of troll videos coming out. Guess what, y'all? I'm light skinned. You don't get the fuck out of here with that.
Mm-hmm.
But
Go
they
over to the
just
side over
Or better
there.
gaslight.
yet,
But that's what I'm saying. For the men, they just make it light skin or dark skin. Like there is no in between. So they call a lot of people light skin, and then people say he ain't light skin. You know, it's like, come on, man. Like you know
right.
what we're talking about.
I'm like, so is it, I think it was also said they do that as another humbling tactic is as well, talking about know your place kind of thing. And I'm like, know our place how? You the one that's over here changing the category whenever it don't suit you. So of course you want to
well,
take whatever you're describing.
Right, because if I was uppity, I'd be like, none of you bitches are light skinned, you know? I'm trying to be modest, you know what I mean? And I'm trying not to be colorist, but then if I say it, I'm colorist.
That's not colorist though, because light skin for women means high yellow. I mean, that's my understanding of
Or
it.
you, at least you're like at the
Nobody.
very end of where
uh,
it's basically compared to everybody else. I don't want to say extreme,
light
but
skinned
like that's
women's
like Lapita,
definition of
like the let's just say if I use African American people, like someone like Viola Davis, there's no question. You're not gonna question her skin tone.
Right.
Hell no.
Right. So then like someone like a Chris Brown or something. Or what's that lady? I'll name someone who's like skin black, Jack Harry.
They
Right.
changed the
You
definition
ain't,
of light skin for women,
yeah,
like they changed their
you're not gonna
clothes.
mistake her for anything else.
I feel like Doja Cat and Drake is a good example of light skin.
Well, for
And
Right,
they're very
right,
dark.
right,
That's just
KMC. They do that all the time, yo. Kissing the man butt.
do
They
you
do
think that
they
now
do that
Beyonce
all the
and
time.
Drake is pale,
do you think
but
that
I will.
Beyonce and Rihanna are light skinned?
Now I've seen pictures with Rihanna without the tan. I've always looked at her as a light skinned person without the
Uh,
tan.
See, there's that little interchangeable skin tone again. I would say yes, but if they tan, then they're kind of
Especially with
straddling that
Beyonce,
line.
because I've seen Beyonce to me, she looks like she tan, or it's I don't know, for over years her color changed because when she was younger she looked lighter.
Right.
That's
So I
that
don't know
Houston
over.
sun.
That's what I was gonna
Yep,
say. If you
that's
stay
that
on the
Houston.
sun, I don't know if she got that permanent tan, kind of like I say with Jada Pickett.
Yeah, I have that
But
same skin color where if you're never in the
Mm,
sun, you're a light skinned person, like by everybody's definition, because your skin
right.
is very pale. But as soon as that first day of sun comes out up in the northeast or whatever, your skin changes color and you now look tan, you know.
That's
So
like
to me,
somebody.
Trust
Beyonce
me, that
and
I live
Rihanna
Yeah.
in
are,
Texas.
yeah, Beyonce and
It's a
Rihanna are
whole
like
different
light
animal.
skin, but they're not really, I don't view them as light skin.
As
So,
far as I've seen Rihanna, I've seen her like with pictures with Chris Brown, or even she stand next to Drake, as pale as he is. That's when I'm kind of like, that's when you kind of like, okay, yeah. When I've seen her, I'll be like, she's what I would say light skin, but I know it's with the tanning and everything. You know what I mean? I guess because maybe I have a paper bag mentality, but
right,
I mean, I don't know if that's a bad thing, but maybe that, I guess I'm saying universally light. Like if wherever you go, people gonna see you as light. And some
well,
people
that's
you
the
may be like,
thing. Hmm.
like a Taraji P Henson. Like I don't look at that as a light woman.
Right.
I just don't.
let me ask you this though, and now I'm really going to hit people over the head. Okay, how about you stand Beyonce next to someone like, let's say, a Sanaya Lathan?
Okay, now that's tough because Sanaa Lathan, now that's Sanaa is to me like borderline.
See, there's
She's
that.
the epitome of the borderline where you could probably say, but see, sometimes even she, I don't know if it's a tan or what, but she borderline. Where she probably be the darkest.
And that was where I was going, because again, people wanting to somehow, and I'm not saying we doing this, but then again, when other people want to change these categories and
Right.
flip the
I'm trying to
script
show
as
you.
a
No.
as a humbling tactic, I'm like, first of all, you can't beat science. You will never ever beat science. I don't care
So
what you say.
do you think Sanaa Lathan is light skinned?
I said she
No,
borderline.
she borderline, yes, but
But then
Oh,
I'm being, so I'm still going
Beyonce is
up
lighter than her.
without the
right.
tan probably. But I haven't seen Homegirl without the tan. Now I know when she was in the 90s, she looked lighter. I don't know. Like I'm
Brownie
trying to
Bay,
kind of
yo.
like, but that's like someone like Raven. Like I'm like Raven. It's like you can't question it. Even with the
I'm looking
skin,
at
you
what Brownie Bay said about that Texas bacon.
Have you smell like
that Texas.
bacon?
you know who else is
I'm like,
borderline to me is that YouTuber Cerebral.
Who?
Oh
That
yeah.
YouTuber
Oh,
Cerebral.
Celine.
She like borderline. Where sometimes you can look at
Right.
her and be like, oh, okay. She says she brown or whatever. But then sometimes I can look at her and be like, well, if someone called her light skin, I wouldn't flinch.
Oh no, it's just that interchange, that skin tone that's just like, yeah.
and you know what?
But
And
if
see,
it
here's
came
the
down to
thing.
it,
Maybe we
yeah.
just need to start just calling them color racials now.
Right, do what
Color
Tyler
racial.
does.
Now, see, Tyler, that's the one where they would call her light skin. I'm looking at her. I'm gonna be honest. I don't see her as light
No,
skin.
she's not
Even
light
for a
skinned.
biracial, she's not.
I think she's Indian. I don't know. When I see the ones with the Indian, I view them as Indian. Like if you look at India, they have a lot of people with a lot of different complexion and phenotype. So she looked
Hmm.
like the middle.
Yeah, it's a nice color though.
Oh yeah.
I
Yeah.
think it's pretty. I
And,
think that skin tone is pretty.
and that was the thing too. Like even with me, like and I think I think I was telling you this, Future, that there are
Oh, good night,
people
you.
that when I stand next to, that of course there are those that I'm gonna be in the same range as them, and then there's some that's gonna be in the higher range than I am. But at the same time, like I'm never gonna be classified as something different.
Yeah.
All right, beauty revolution.
Yeah, I think I'm about to call it a night too, guy.
All right.
Yeah, this was a good convo though.
It was.
Yeah, I think I won't have to private this one. Thank goodness.
I think so because they'll clip the hell out of it if they haven't already. So yeah.
Like what? Like what? What?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I'm like, well,
replaying.
tell me. I'm like, yeah, I'm like, well, tell me why. Again, like all the other streams, we got up to 1,000s.
Yeah, but you know how it is. If you can't say anything, this we got almost moving like a secret society. Ain't that a shame?
Yeah, a
Absolutely. Yeah.
4 hour stream, and they find 30 seconds of it and just play that 30 seconds over
Oh
and over
well.
again.
Hey, well, you know
Uh,
what? I remember I did one stream that was about over 8 hours, and I'm like, okay, I'm never doing that one again.
yeah, I think once
Yeah.
my laptop died, that's when I can get like a battery life for like 3 hours. Once that goes down, I gotta switch to my phone, and I can't really do as much on my phone.
Yeah, it's harder to do the streams on your phone. But yeah, and sometimes on my phone, I can't even hear people. Like the audio goes out. So it's hard to have a conversation, you know,
Right.
struggling to hear. But it's the StreamYard app itself. I think it might sometimes be hard to use StreamYard. That's why I asked this one of the guys that used to help Magic to help me use a different app. He helped me use a different app, and the sound quality was 100 times better because I kept having problems with my audio when I first started in this space. That's why I really don't go live like that too, because it's difficult, to get the sound quality right, and you listen back and all you hear is static. So
Yeah, especially
Yeah.
we had that monster mic guy a few years.
I, I wasn't even expecting you to bring that up, but you did, yo. I was just like, oh my god. No, y'all would have to listen to that stream though. We was trying to keep our composure, but we just couldn't help it.
well, Brownie
And
Babes
they was,
always
and it,
got you always got interesting people coming through.
yeah, we do. Yeah, he do. And then it's like, we're not trying to be offensive, but you kind of sound a little bit too
Like
staticky.
Robocop.
But we seriously thought that was a troll doing that at first.
He's like, "Can
It
you hear
might
me
be they
now?"
was outside or something. Maybe they weren't near their cell phone. They weren't near their Wi-Fi signal or something. That's when it starts
Nah,
sounding robotic.
nah, they I don't think they were outside. I think they were somewhat inside, but yet they was trying to get their mics to work and their mic wasn't working properly. And so whenever this individual will try to talk, um it was
It would
just,
get messed up.
getting, yeah, it was getting funnier and funnier. And then people in the chat was all like, oh, y'all are mean. And I'm like,
Yeah.
I just set this person's mic up.
All right. Well, I want to say good night to everybody. This was a great stream. I hope everybody has a good night. And till
You
next
too.
time, everyone.
Yeah.
Good
And thanks for joining,
night.
Future. Always a pleasure.
Okay, good night.
Oh yes, future, and then also emancipation. It was good seeing you again.
Yeah, it was good catching up.
Yes, nice seeing you. And finally talking. Yeah, it's been some years with Brown and Beige, but nice to reconnect again and Whenever you all decide to have another chat, maybe I'll hop back on.
Cool, cool.
I think the
All
next
right.
topic is gonna just be something where both. I don't know. I might do something out of the ordinary. Who knows? Might team up with four, like see if we can really turn some heads with it.
Oh yeah, because
Yeah.
I do like because I do like the brothers content as well because it's like he calls it all out.
Yeah, and I'm probably gonna set up something with light skin historian. Gonna probably collab a little bit, see if we can get something going.
Yeah, and I know it's been so long since I've done any streaming or uploading videos, especially on my channel, because I just been so busy, with work and
Yeah,
not trying to get and not trying, and I'm really trying my best not to get caught up in other crossfires, but
Oh
it is
yeah.
what it is.
yeah, you don't want to deal with that nonsense,
Yeah, it's
man.
getting
Right.
dangerous out here on these YouTube streets. Oof.
Yeah, especially when it was like, yo, we had nothing to do with that. Like
Yeah.
with what's happened here recently, it was like, well, it wasn't really the
Yeah.
men's fault. I'm like, that's y'all going at it.
Yeah. That's why now it's kind of almost like it's almost like you got to lay low again, because if you come out with something, and like we were talking about them, I almost didn't want to really talk about them.
Hey, all I could say is, hey, I'm just an observer. I have
Yeah, I
no
hear
Yeah,
you.
beef in this
yeah,
war. I'm just a
Yeah.
bystander.
yeah.
Yeah.
So again, like, don't bring no heat over here.
Yeah.
They talk about you were laughing, you were. I'm like, I wasn't doing a damn thing other than minding my MLS light skin business. So
So put
Right.
the pitchforks away, people.
yeah,
I
and
have
your
no beef in
torches.
this war. I'm just
Now,
a
whoever was involved, go take it up with them.
Yeah.
I'm just a silent observer. Just like my ninja suit. I'm just looking
Yeah,
right here in my ninja outfit.
yeah. Just being the silent. Yeah, just being the silent ninja, silent assassin, and like it's like, can we at least be invisible for once? Or yeah, invisible, not invincible, but invisible, where you can't see me.
Yeah, like Native Americans. Could we at least have that status? I'll even take that.
What at the end of the day, and I say this all the time, and I blame Cat Williams for this. Always, gets like you can't even imagine the misery of these bums.
Yeah.
Because they feel like they want to take the shortcut. And it's
Hmm.
easy for you to be on the juice instead of going into the gym and working out.
Yeah, too much hard work and
Oh yeah.
discipline.
Something that some of these folks lack.
But anyways, y'all, I'm about to call it a night.
All
All right,
right,
then. Good
then.
night, y'all.
All right, good night.
Always a pleasure,
Mm.
AMR, and thank
No,
you
for
for
sure, bro.
participation.
All right. All right. Yep. You all take care.
You
And thank
too.
you guys for watching, and hit the like button,
Hmm.
please. Share the word, and trying to get back in the video making again.
Can't wait for the next one.
Always.
Mm-hmm. All right, then, man.
All right, AMR, always a pleasure talking to you, man.
No, for sure. Hey, you got my contact, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
All righty.
All right. Oh, wait.
Peace out.
Are you still in
Oh,
my
go ahead.
Discord?
I should be. If not, then you can just send me another invite.
Oh yeah, I might have to re-invite you because I I practically went on a year hiatus for it. So it's a little dry. I'm trying to get jazzed up a little bit over there again because it's kind of dry as a Saharan desert in there.
Yeah, and hell, even Discord could be a little crazy sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Which we won't go into right now because that'll probably be for a later convo.
Different subject for a different day.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But all right, y'all. Have a good night.
All right. Good night and take care.
You too.
Mm-hmm.